what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the one-on-one. We the hottest team under the sun. We bringing back that grit. Things about to get lit. You know how we coming. Ain't no new discovery. Come across that middle, you gon' need a long recovery. They asking if the U is back. Now we back to work, state of Miami intact. Crystal ball is back. Green tree is rocking. Don't need no beat. When we run through that smoke, you gon' feel that defeat. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. This ain't no fraternity, but we straight steppers. We bringing that heat, nobody doing it better. Your record got you flying high, make your wings stop, no lemon pepper. Orange and green is on top, the recruits know it's a new era. College game day at the route, we bout whatever. We a family, a real tribe, championship the vibe. You see the U on the helmet, you know the vibe. We stay swagged out, putting y'all to shame, no surprise. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. Championship's the motto. 83, 87, 89, 91, 2001. We about to get us another one. Let's have some fun. Let's go. We bleed this orange and green. You already know. Don't get this confused. We working. Go run for shelter, cause we coming. It's a cane thing, y'all wouldn't even understand. Yeah. Let's go. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. It's all about the you. It's all about the you.
Lottery numbers coming up.
Canes over here. Hey, we got some canes over here. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the one-on-one. We the hottest team under the sun. We bringing back that grit. Things about to get lit. You know how we coming. Ain't no new discovery. Come across that middle, you gon' need a long recovery. They asking if the U is back. Now we back to work, state of Miami intact. Crystal ball is back. Green tree is rocking. Don't need no beat. When we run through that smoke, you gon' feel that defeat. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. This ain't no fraternity, but we straight steppers. We bringing that heat, nobody doing it better. Your record got you flying high, make your wings stop, no lemon pepper. Orange and green is on top, the recruits know it's a new era. College game day at the route, we bout whatever. We a family, a real tribe, championship the vibe. You see the U on the helmet, you know the vibe. We stay swagged out, putting y'all to shame, no surprise. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. Championship's the motto. 83, 87, 89, 91, 2001. We about to get us another one. Let's have some fun. Let's go. We bleed this orange and green. You already know. Don't get this confused. We working. Go run for shelter, cause we coming. It's a cane thing, y'all wouldn't even understand. Yeah. Let's go. Category 5, what you gon' do? Better run for shelter, cause it's all about the you. Giving straight pressure, that ain't nothing brand new. Grinding for the prize, cause it's all about the you. It's all about you, baby. Lamar. It's all about the you. It's all about the you.
Yo. What's going on, Canes fans? Welcome to the third episode of Late Night Real Talk. This is a series, man, on this channel where we just keep it real. We're 100% blunt and honest. And I honestly, I can't believe I'm having to do this, but I need to give a disclaimer for tonight's stream. And I'm having to do this because I noticed a lot of the comments on my walking and venting episode that I uploaded earlier today. This series is specifically discussing drama, controversial hot topics, the same as my walking and venting series. So if that's not your thing, if you don't like that, now is your warning to click off of the stream. And I understand that maybe that sounds, a little harsh, but I'm just being blunt and honest because I saw a lot of negativity on my walking and venting because they said, Coop, why are you stirring the pot? Coop, why would you talk about drama like this? That's what the series is built for, man. I really don't do those types of things, in my preview videos and, a lot of my other content. That's literally what it's for. That's what tonight is for. Yes, see, Melissa, cussing is allowed. Come in here and cuss like a sailor. You come in here, full freedom of speech, judgment-free zone. You can say whatever you want to say. And I'm very thankful for all of the Canes fan members that are prepared to join in tonight. Canes fan members, if you're in the chat, what you can do is I posted a video a couple of hours ago with the StreamYard link in the pinned comment. Only Canes fan members can see that video. So I would love for you to jump in and join the roundtable tonight, and we'll talk about Miami Hurricanes football. We'll talk about the transfer portal. We're going to talk openly about Josh Gattis and how we feel about his position. We're going to talk about potential transfers, especially at the quarterback position, and lots of other things. So Canes fan members, check out the most recent video or also look at the community tab. If you go over to the community tab, there will be a link, StreamYard link, so you can jump into the show. I would love to see as many of you guys as possible, each and every Canes fan member. And don't forget that I'm reading the chat as well. I have it over on the monitor to my right. So I'm seeing what everybody is putting in the chat. I need to give a huge shout out right quick before we get into this thing to John Bird. John Bird came through. Where's it at, my man? I appreciate you for the love, John. Always showing Coop some love. He said, Coop, you messaged Clemson about playing band members Saturday. Go Canes. How are you, buddy? Appreciate the 10, John. Thank you for that. Thank you for the love, man. I haven't yet, but I'll make some phone calls. I'll whip out the flip phone probably tomorrow afternoon, and I'll give them a call. I'll see what strings I can pull, John. I know a couple people out there in South Carolina. So it's good to see everybody here. Doo-doo. Yo, Doo-doo. What's up, man? Melissa's at work, but she's going to try to see if she can sneak in here without getting fired. Chris Gaffney, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Phil Romano, Nick, everybody, man. North Kentucky Canes. Appreciate everybody being here. Steve, Drosky, all you guys, man. So, again, if this is your first time in this stream, it's a little different than what you're used to seeing from me. It's much more relaxed, and we just chop it up and have fun for a couple of hours. So, I hope that you guys have fun with this thing, man. Let me go ahead and jump in and see who's in the background waiting. Let's see who we got, man. Let's see who we got. Okay, make sure everything's working on my end. I am good. We're going to jump in the studio here. So let's see who all we got in the building to kick this thing off. You guys are more than welcome to join throughout the stream. All right, just keep that in mind. You don't have to jump in right now. You can jump in at literally any point. So what's up? Hey, Chris in the building. What's good, Chris?
Nada. What are you up to?
Hey, man, we missed you last time. You weren't here last week, or well, I wasn't here last week. Nobody was here last week. The week before.
I didn't think I missed a week. I thought just last week because we didn't have one.
It's been a long couple weeks, Chris. Maybe you were here, and I just don't remember. That's my bad.
Yeah, that's all right.
We also got Jordan in the building, a.k.a. South Coast Cane. Oh, Rocket. Oh,
what's up?
The number 5 Nike jersey.
I'm going old school, Coop, since you got that jacket that was designed back in '94.
Yeah.
On your walking event, and I thought I'd pull out the old Edgerrin James from back in '97, '98.
Hey, I dig it. I dig it. All right. We also got Birdman. What's up?
Bird! Good to see you, dude.
What's going on, guys?
Let's go. Heck yeah. I love it.
Love seeing these faces.
And we also got Chris Kane for life. What's up, Chris?
What's going on? What's going on tonight, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey. Oh man, it's good, bro. It's good.
Ready to chop it up for a little bit.
I love the jersey, John.
Thank you, Bird, man. Like I said, this is vintage 97, 98. Some of these cats weren't even born back then.
No, that was back when Miami was dominating everybody.
I don't know about 97, 98, but
no, not in that general time, but in that area, late 90s, early 2000s, so they was stomping everybody.
I would have wore my retro Jakari shirt, but you know where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
So if you guys are cool with it, I just kind of want to jump straight into a hot topic here and just open up the discussion and let's get this thing rolling. What I want to know right out of the gate, and I'm looking for participation from everybody in the chat also, and just a simple yes or no to start this thing off. Do you want Josh Gattis fired at the end of the season? Yes or no, Chris?
No.
Okay.
Which one?
No from. Oh yeah, that's right. We got two, Chris. Okay, we'll work our way across. Jordan.
Me?
Yep.
No.
Okay. Melissa, do you want Josh Gattis fired? Yes or no?
Am I allowed to cuss?
You are.
Fuck yes.
Okay. Chris Kane for life?
Gotta go, bro.
Okay. Birdman.
As of right now, yes.
Okay. Okay, so it seems like we're a little divided on that. Little split, almost 50-50 here. Maybe I should split up everybody's cam and put the people who want him fired and don't want him fired, and we'll split it up and we'll argue. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
I'll put it to you like this. Cool.
It's just hard. It's hard to vouch for anybody when you did not score a touchdown for 9 quarters.
That's a problem. Even Enos
It's a
scored a
major
touchdown.
problem.
Fair.
That's a big damn problem. We keep him there, we don't get one of these.
Exactly.
Chris has got the rings.
I was putting
You
some
know I
notes
got the
together
rings,
on
too.
our coach requirements.
You know I got
Oh,
the
pretty
rings.
interesting.
What was that, Chris?
So I said I was putting together some requirements we have of our coaching staff here at Miami, which I found pretty interesting, right? So Gattis came on, and by the way, I want to preface this. I'm not a Josh Gattis. I didn't know the guy before he came here. I'm not a fan, right? So what I'm about to say has nothing to do with his history and how much I love the guy or whatever, just in general, right? So we hired him in February, and here's all we're asking. So all he needs to do is he needs to have at least 3 separate playbooks, schemes, game plans, right? Just in case one of the 3 quarterbacks gets knocked out. So we need 1 per quarterback, because if we lose the first guy, then we need to have one in the second ready to go on the fly. And then we also need one because, are we going to run with 1, 2, 3, or 4 of our offensive linemen starters? Right. So we need separate plans for all that too. And all he's got to do is have all that shit coached every week for the team, so that depending on who gets injured, we can just flip that over, and we don't have any problems. No big deal.
I'm getting static or feedback from somebody. I'm trying to figure out who it is. It's like
I think it's Canes for life.
Let me see. Okay, I muted his mic. It's not him.
It's like an episode of Psych.
We'll figure it out. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see. Okay. Did it go away now? I tried to mute. Don't take it the wrong way, guys. I muted Birdman. I'm trying to see who it is that I'm getting feedback from. Yep. I think it's.
Yep.
Do you have a TV on or something, Birdman? We're getting like weird, like static feedback or something.
No.
You don't?
No. It's muted.
Let me see. Yeah, for some reason we're getting like a weird, like static feedback from you or something. Whenever I mute your mic, it goes away. I don't know what it is.
Try using earbuds.
Yeah, it's just like a loud, like screeching sound. At least I'm getting it. Are you guys getting it?
I think Florida State is trying to tap our chat.
We'll roll with it for a bit. We'll see what happens here. So then we went around though and asked who wants him to be fired. What about then? Do you think he gets fired? Yes or no? I mean, that's two totally different questions, right?
Well, since I was the odd man out, the reason why I say he shouldn't get fired is just I'd like to just have the offense healthy, get some more talent in here, and hey, look, I don't like what's going on. Okay, I'm not trying to say I'm pro Gattis. I'm just saying before I persecute the man, I like to let him have a fair shot at it. Just with a decent offense, but it is what it is.
I mean, that's a fair argument. That's kind of what I was saying earlier with I would kind of like to at least maybe give him one more year just to see, as much as it sucks and hurts to say that. Like, I mean, and I feel like
we have fired? Can somebody name a coach we could have hired this year that would have us performing with the injuries we have right now?
Everybody uses the injuries as an excuse. His play calling is horrific. It's atrocious.
What plays do you call with four?
Agreed.
Your four offensive line starters hurt. What do you call?
But even
I could
before
be
the
wrong.
injuries, but even before some of the injuries, his play calling was horrible.
We were down 3 in Texas A&M. That was when we lost
Texas
our
A&M
third.
Texas A&M is trash. We shouldn't have lost to them to begin with.
No, I'm saying we lost our third offensive lineman in that game. So to say that, what did we do before? We played nobody. We played whatever it was.
Well, it took us the second half to beat Southern Miss because we looked like trash in the first half. But TVD went from like dark horse Heisman candidate to like, oh, is he going to transfer? Is he going to sit the bench? Like, I mean, I don't know how good TVD really is, but I think Gattis needs to go. I don't see how you develop an offense with what I've seen from him this year.
Hey, what's going on, Javier? Didn't want to leave you out of the loop, man.
Oh, Javier.
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's going on, Javier?
What's up?
What do you think, Javier? Javier is usually the positive guy. He's all, let's go, Canes. Hey, we're getting the dub. You want to keep Josh Gattis, Javier?
Trying to keep who? I'm sorry I'm late into this stream, man. I'm having problems with my internet.
You're good. Josh Gattis, offensive coordinator. You want him fired or you want to keep him in 2023?
Oh, no. Nah, man. I believe that we need to replace the offensive coordinator. Try to stay unpredictable for next year, because if you keep the same coordinator, they already gonna know our play style. They're gonna know how we play throughout the season. So I believe in changing the core coordinator to somebody else.
They already know our play style. We run the ball up the middle 75% of the time.
You know what? You got a point. But my whole thing is like, I put it to you like this, and y'all may agree, y'all may disagree, but what worked in Michigan worked for Michigan. What works at the U works at the U. You cannot mix the two.
Nope.
This isn't exactly. We do not have the offensive linemen and the players to fit that type of play style. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like you trying to take a round peg to try to fit it into a square hole. No matter how many times you're gonna beat yourself up every single time to try to make that work, it does not work.
I mean,
Spreading the ball.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was on this stream and I said we should give Gattis another year or two, but I have completely retracted that statement since.
Now,
since
I believe
few
it.
games.
I believe it.
Does he get some credit for the Georgia Tech game, or are people giving that all to Jakari?
I mean, we won.
I'm just trying to start the conversation. You know,
we won, so you can give him some credit. Obviously, I mean, we did enough to win. But even on your stream when we were watching it, I was screaming, "Throw the ball!" Like it's just a vanilla offense. Everybody like Georgia Tech figured us out in the second half.
Exactly. And if it wouldn't have been for Cam, that score would have been a whole lot closer than what it would have been.
Everyone's like, oh, he didn't open up the playbook because it's Jakari and he's new and blah, blah, blah. But it's the same vanilla offense we've seen the entire year. We've been running the ball 90% of the time the entire year, even when TVD was healthy.
Exactly.
The one thing that I really don't like about Gattis is his arrogance, for lack of a better word, to adapt and evolve based on what the team is performing at, if that makes sense. So let's say we got the injury. All right. Why don't you evolve and adapt your play calling to what we have? See what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
And it's almost like he's just arrogantly saying, we're going to do the Michigan thing. We're going to do the Big Ten thing. We're going to do whatever. I don't know.
Chris
well,
up
we
top,
see where that got us.
Chris up top is rubbing his forehead. He looks.
Man, I love everybody here, right? But Miami fans are just baffling. I mean, there's two things real quick. So first off, and I know this game didn't exist for all of us, but there's this game that was played a week or so ago, whatever, right? That with Florida State. And those of you who, Coop, I don't know if you went back and watched the game again.
What game?
Yeah, exactly.
What
right?
game?
So you probably didn't know this because you were there, right? But if you remember, in the third quarter, we all of a sudden our offense went and marched down the field. Well, the announcers talked about that, and they said that, well, Florida State put some backups in on the defense. And then 7 plays later, we drove 80 yards, and they pulled all the backups and put the starters back in. So even Florida State, I'm not saying it's like an amazing team. Once you take the starters out, it's not like they've got unlimited depth. Again, it's not Alabama, right? So I don't know how you scheme or you make these changes where every week, because it's something different every week, and then you get a guy back, but he's on limited reps because he's not 100%. I mean, I don't know how we look at it on and blame the coaching staff. But the biggest thing that just drives me crazy right now is how Miami fans aren't excited. And I don't mean excited about the shitty season we're having right now, but who gives a shit about the shitty season? For 20 years, we've sat around with shitty fucking facilities. We haven't had any support from the top down in the school. We've had the same stupid problems that we keep trying to throw some heroics, not heroics like investment, but just like, oh, Al Golden did this really great job at Temple. Maybe he'll come fix everything without us really giving him any support. I mean, we've done that for 15, 16 years. Finally, the school comes, throws $30 million a year increase in a coaching salary. We're getting a damn stadium built, it looks like. I mean, we got rid of the piece of shit athletic director that we had, that I wanted to see go for a long time. I mean, we went out and we did what everybody's complained about for a long time. But that ceases to be important because we are not winning right this second. And again, to look and sit here and go, well, we hired all these coaches in February, and well, it's not all magical right now. And there's 900 million injuries that have occurred, but it still should be magical. Like, we should have all these plans, and depending on which quarterback gets hurt and what time, we got a different plan for that. It just is nuts to me, and and we're doing the same crap with our players too. It's like, have a bad game. Well, that's not his fault. It's the coach's fault. Second bad game, we need to bench his ass. I mean, whatever, right? If he does that shit again the third, fly the planes. He needs to hit the portal and get the hell out of here. I mean, and that's what we just did with your guy, Coop. And look, he just came back, believe it or not, had a good game.
Rooster took the criticism. He took it on the chin, and he played a good game against Georgia Tech. Over 100 yards.
Pull the video up 2 weeks ago. We were all sitting, not we. There were people talking on the stream, right, saying he needs to leave. Yeah, hit the portal, get out of here. I mean, it's nuts.
There were.
So, anyways,
no, I mean, you bring up some good points.
Go ahead, Coop.
And you're not wrong. I told you guys when I was speaking with them about really how far behind everything is. I mean, there's all the things that we all see and hear about, everyone knows. But the behind-the-scenes stuff that, like I said, I just truly did not realize. I did not understand. And I didn't realize that it was that bad. I've already told the story a million times, but like when Brevin and Malik were talking about having to scrounge together ramen noodles so they could eat dinner at night sometimes, talking about the nutrition staff working out of the closet of the weight room, not having a dedicated space. Like, these are things that have all happened within the last 5 to 7 years, like recent stuff. Just not taking it that serious. And like you said, Chris, with them actually finally investing the money in it, I was told that the facility thing that they're talking about, the whole 6-story thing, they're hoping to have that, I think they're wanting to break ground on that next year, sometime in 2023. But we also have to know they're not going to build this 6-story facility in a couple months. They're saying they're hoping to have it done by like 2025, I think, within the next 2 to 3 years. So it's going to take time to catch up with all these places that have already been doing this for the last 20, 30 years. Like, we got lucky back whenever we were winning without that stuff. And we've kind of fallen behind.
Question, Chris, are you pro Gattis or wanting to get rid of Gattis?
I'm pro our coaching staff. Gattis happens to be here. I just don't know how you hold the coaching staff accountable for what's happening right now.
Because you were saying people want to get rid of players after one bad game. But what besides Georgia Tech, where we had like a somewhat decent offense, sort of, Bethune-Cookman, whatever, but our offense hasn't performed. Are we not going to hold Gattis accountable at all for this? We're just going to say, it's because we have injuries and things like that. I mean, there's no excuse to lose to MTSU. Our offense has been terrible.
I agree, but I'll tell you, and my family laughs at me because I'm like normally the guy that screams and yells at the TV, right? But this year, I'm disappointed. I don't like it, but I'm not mad like I normally am because I can't name, other than Alabama and maybe Georgia, name another school. Just name one that has enough depth in their offense to not be decimated with the exact same injuries we've had this year. I can't name one. And how do you hold the guy accountable to that? I mean, we've played 3 different quarterbacks in 3 weeks, and not for entire games because somebody gets hurt or they're back, it just,
regardless of who's been playing, the offense is vanilla. Like, it's just run the ball up the middle every other time. Run the ball, get no yards. Run the ball, get 1 yard. And all of a sudden, it's 3rd and long every single freaking drive. And then
I think
we throw a pass that's 5 yards too short, and it's just 3 and out.
So what receivers do we have? So everybody, and I miss the run and gun, old school Miami days. I miss them, right? We don't have the receivers for that now. Like, like when you watch these games, which receiver do we have other than Restrepo here and there, right? That's out breaking, creating all sorts of space.
Colby's been a little quiet.
Colby Young has stepped up.
He's been quiet the past couple of weeks though.
Ja'Cory had what, 19 pass attempts against Georgia Tech? Just 19.
Yeah, I mean, we threw for like 136 yards.
I
Saturday.
know it's
Yeah.
his first start, but it's just we're running the ball so much. It's so predictable. It's just run up the middle. At least get a little like creative with it and do like a sweep, or I don't even know. Like, it's just I can't. I mean, 2 weeks ago I was like, no, keep Gattis, and now I'm just like, I'm over it.
Yeah, but Ja'Cory, some of the plays he was having to run for his life, and then some of the plays were designed quarterback runs, and
But like
I
even the
didn't really
design
like
quarterback runs, it's just like not the right times for them. We didn't score the entire third quarter because Georgia Tech made adjustments and they figured it out that we're going to run the ball every single time, and they stacked the box.
True. But
I don't
My
think
thing is
Gattis is here next year, is my personal opinion.
my thing is this.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I was saying, to be realistic, if he keeps this same play calling, like how he's doing this year, he's not going to be here. He got to switch it up. Do something that goes for the strength of your players that you have. You cannot play Big Ten ball in ACC and vice versa. You have to work with the personnel that you have. Now, if he does stay, and that's a big if, he has to switch up his person. He has to switch up his play calling. All of that run heavy and everything, like that's so predictable, so vanilla. We already know what he's running before he runs it. The opponent knows what he's running before he even calls it. That's a problem. That's a problem. Show something with a little more pizzazz to it. Put a spark into it. Bluff. Do a play action out of one of them run plays. Because I'm looking at some of these plays when it was Tyler Van Dyke, when it was TVD, mainly, and I seen some with Ja'Cory whenever, not this game, but I think it was like, what was it, Middle Tennessee? Or was it Florida? No, I think it was Florida State. If he would have did a play action, we would have had a first down. There was a couple of plays if he would have did a play action instead of running the ball up the gut when they stacked the box. If he would have did a play action and sold it, we would have had 2 touchdowns. It would have been no 45-3. Probably wouldn't have had no 45 up there. It's just a simple fact. You have to change up certain things. Adjust, adapt, and evolve to it. But if you're not willing to do, I'm just saying that he's not. But if he's to the point where he's not willing to do so, then you setting yourself up for failure.
How do we say he's not willing? I mean, we went through 2 games.
I don't know for sure, but if he is, that's great.
There were 2 games this year we couldn't run for a foot, and all we did was pass the ball over and over and over again. I can't remember which 2 they were. It's like A&M and whatever. I mean, it seems to me he's doing. I don't mean to monopolize this, but it just seems to me like the guy is. It's something different every week. You know, it's not a lot of it's not working, but again, I don't know. With the off, the biggest impact we've had is our O-line, and if you can't pass protect, then it's hard to pass. I mean, and if you can't run and you can't pass protect, then it's triple hard to pass. I mean, it's so I don't know what the is there. Just again, opinion.
They got to sit down and have some type. They're gonna have to have a come to Jesus moment for something, man. Because
I'm sure they will at the end of the season.
Because I'm telling you, the fans is getting antsy, and it's just they hate that T word. They hate the T word and they hate the P word. Time and patience. They hate that in Miami. They want microwavable success right now. It ain't gonna happen like that. It's not gonna happen unless you have Nick Saban come down here and be the coach in 1 year. And even he didn't do it. in 1 year. It took him 3 years. And when his third year, when he got to that national championship, he struggled to get it because certain people would have been injured on that Texas team. He wouldn't have got it. It takes time. But once you get it and you gel and you get the fundamentals down and you get actual players that want to play instead of checking out and that have bought into it, you get results somewhat of what you gotten yesterday. It was way better than what it was against Florida State. Like, they didn't give a shit for that. I'm sorry. They didn't give a shit at all.
No,
and
and
that's
I
the
don't
game
want to
that you're
hear
supposed
that.
to show up for.
No, look, man, there were people telling me that they thought that the players threw that game because they were pissed at Mario for not letting them wear the Miami Knights jerseys. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
What?
I do not believe that the players came together and said, let's throw this game because we want to throw a hissy fit against Mario for not letting us black out the game.
Yeah, that's bull.
That's BS.
I mean, don't we play Pitt at night? I mean, don't we play Pitt at home?
Yeah, that's the final game. Yeah, that'll be at Hard Rock.
Okay, well, I mean, is it that serious? You want to wear a black jersey? Wear a black jersey at night. I mean, if it's at home.
If that sucker's at 12:30, heck no.
No, because remember we did that against North Carolina. We got our ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
How about the all orange?
I'm gonna be honest.
How about that?
I personally I hate being that guy, but I really actually truly do kind of fall right in the middle with the Gattis stuff, because I see Chris's points, right, with talking about who could come in and do any better, you know, talking about the O-line and the receivers and all that stuff. I personally feel like it's a situation to where, yeah, just like any head coach, Mario's going to sit down and evaluate everything at the end. It's very obvious that there have been struggles offensively. What we were averaging before the Georgia Tech game, we were averaging like somewhere between 14 to 18 points a game against Power 5 opponents. That's pretty bad. Again, whether you want to point it at Gattis or the O-line, or you want to say he's not working to or building it around the strengths of the player personnel that we do have, whatever you want to say, I think that he's going to sit down. They're going to discuss it. They're going to talk about it. I keep going back and forth, but I still kind of think that Gattis stays unless Gattis wants to go. I mean, he's making, how much is it? It's like $1.8 million or something.
Yeah, plus
so, I mean, he doesn't want to leave that unless he just absolutely hates the sunshine and the beaches and he can't take the heat from the fan base. As long as he can talk to Mario, and I do think that Mario is actually going to, this is my opinion, I think Mario is going to look at those things. He's going to say, we had the struggles with the O-line. We're going to bring some more guys in. I need to give you at least another season or two to see what we can do with this thing. And that's just my opinion. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it, but
that's logic.
What's up, J-Love?
What's up, Coach? Cool. What's up, family? Happy Sunday, and thank you for another day.
I like that.
J-Love, what's up, brother?
Give us your opinion, man. You've been quiet down there.
Gattis should come back. The same way we give Mario a pass for this year because of history, we should give Gattis the same due diligence. For the past 20 years, I don't know if many people knew this, there's only one quarterback that came and left with the same OC, and that was recently, and that was De'Aaron King with Rick Lashley. Every other quarterback had two offensive coordinators. We cannot put these players in this bad predicaments. Number two, too many people are mad at Gattis. What about Ponce? If Gattis leaves, Ponce has to go also, because for the QBs to regress, somebody has to pay for that. Number three, remember, Gattis came by himself. He didn't bring nobody with him. Nobody. He didn't bring an offensive line coach. He didn't bring a wide receiver coach with him, and he's definitely not the main. The main. I don't know but the preparation for the QB. So that's, like I said, that's my opinion, and those are are my reasons. We've done it before. We complain about Enos. Look at Enos now. We complain about Knicks. Look at Knicks now. What was the other gentleman? I think his son was a walk-on here. I think he's at Pittsburgh right now.
Whipple.
We complain about Whipple. Whipple has no business. He's a YMCA coach. I remember all the jokes, the names. Look at Whipple now.
We just don't have any consistency, you know.
Well, how can we?
I know.
That's why
now,
even as much as it hurts right now, I kind of do want to let it play out.
Yeah.
Like,
you know,
we gotta have something consistent, bro. Instead of playing musical chairs with these damn coordinators.
Right. You look at the guys on the team right now. How many OCs they've been through? Most of them, what? 2, 3, 4.
2, yeah.
Head coaches, 2, 3. You know, because you still got some of Mark Rick's guys on this team too.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, these guys have been through the ninja blender, dude. When it comes to coach, they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to, okay, what do we do this with this coach or that coach?
Mm-hmm.
There's no, you know, there's no steadiness. And I just think, and I know everybody's frustrated. Yeah. I'm frustrated. Everybody's frustrated because everybody wants to put that TV dinner in the microwave, hit the button, and it's done in 1 minute. That's what we want to do. No pun for TVD. But I think everybody just needs to pump the brakes. Let's calm down. Let's be realistic about it. It's a vicious circle. Yeah, there's been some coaching calls that are very disturbing. You got players that are injured. They're not playing up to their talent. I mean, everybody is not given 100% in my opinion. Yeah. But again, these guys and everything, they've only been together since February, early this year.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm sure they'll talk about it, but I just think we need to get some consistency for these kids, man.
Yeah.
These young guys, we got some talent coming. It's here. It's there. We saw it yesterday. But anyway, let me stop rambling. Go ahead. What's the next question?
Another thing too, with the QB situation. I'm not talking about the carousel with TVD and Jake. That's another thing. We gotta let players grow. That's the issue at Miami. The last coach, right? Look at Norduzzi at Pittsburgh. He stuck with Pickett for 5 years, and look how that turned out. Look at Norvell, a 3-star quarterback, right here from right around the corner in West Palm Beach, and Jordan Travis. We thought Jordan Travis had no business playing quarterback, and look at him now. We have to grow with the players that we have. I understand some people are going to put Ivy under the bus or whatnot. Things happen. That's on the fan base for crowning these guys too early, and when they don't pan out, we treat them like crap.
That's a good point, Jay Love.
And you got a good point there, brother. Good point there.
Talking about that, everybody wants to just like Jakari. They want to crowd him.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson. He played one game. You want to call him Deshaun Watson?
Right. You got to let them earn it. And then, but we're
why were they calling him a poor man's Cam Newton? People kept calling him that in my chat. I was like, wait a minute, what?
I don't care what you call him. The dude had a hell of a game considering, bro. You call him what you want. Just don't call him late for dinner.
Who are we talking about?
Jakari. That's what people were saying. They were trying to troll me in my chat during the game. They were saying poor man's Cam Newton.
Hey, Cam Newton would probably be a poor man's Michael Vick.
You talk about the players. I watched Coop's video today about the transfers.
Here we go.
Now, some people took that way the wrong way, man.
Coop wants to get rid of the whole team.
No, I'll tell you, I was pissed, and it had nothing to do with, because I think you're right, by the way, but not for the reasons that you mentioned.
Okay, that's fair.
Boy, I'm gonna get some hate for this.
Do it.
No,
That's. I mean, I'm wanting to
not here.
get. Look, man, I'm wanting to get everybody riled up. That's what I want. When I said, "Hey,
All
you
right,
guys
before
bring
you ask for
topics, like dive in."
What I said was, I watched his video about TBD and Garcia potentially hitting the portal.
Both.
And I said, I think there's both, and I think there's legitimacy there.
Yeah.
But not for the reasons he gave.
Can you repeat the reasons that he gave, if you don't mind?
Let's see.
Coop, you want to give him real quick?
I'll give you just the brief rundown. But like he said, I guess I should provide some context so what Chris is about to say makes sense. I posted a video today saying that I believe that it's possible that both Tyler Van Dyke and Jake Garcia hit the transfer portal after this season. Definitely, probably Jake Garcia. TBD, one of those kind of up in the air. Maybe not. Again, nobody really knows. What I did is I laid out some reasons, and I said TBD might transfer because obviously he's struggled and regressed this season. You can point your finger at whatever you want, receivers, O-line, or whatever. He went from winning all these awards last year, passing for almost 3,000 yards, potential Heisman candidate, to going on the bench, getting injured. Nobody's talking about TBD. It's only negative stuff surrounding him. So I talked about him regressing this season. I talked about him. What else was it? I think I even had my list right over here. I'm the one who filmed it, and I'm over here, and I can't remember.
Was the system scheme was another reason also?
Yeah, and then I talked about him possibly maybe linking up with Lashley at SMU, even though that's lesser competition. They've seen kind of what he's capable of, so he could put up some big flashy numbers, start instantly. And a couple of other things. Really, for mine, it was with Jake saying that he didn't sign up to play with this coaching staff. Maybe he doesn't get along with Ponce or Gattis. We don't know what happens behind the scenes, what those talks are. It was also Jake struggles a lot to be accurate when he's under pressure, and even with a healthy O-line, it's going to take some time to build that up. So I feel like he doesn't feel comfortable at the moment. Maybe he wants to go back out west. A bunch of other reasons. It'll make more sense. I said it more clearly in the video, but basically that I think that TBD and Garcia possibly will both hit the portal, and we end up in a situation where we look for a guy with experience out of the portal, and he battles it out with Jakari and Emery. Or TBD stays, Jake leaves, and it's TBD, Jakari, and Emery in 2023. So anyways, back to Chris. Let's see. He says he doesn't agree about something with it, so let's see.
So, well, no, I said I agree that there's risk that they go, right? But not – and you have valid points on some of that stuff, right? But I think potentially the biggest factor is hate is coming. Who the hell wants to come to Miami and play right now with the bullshit that the fans put these players through?
No.
And all the upheaval that could potentially happen with his coaching staff, again, due to the bullshit that our fans put the coaching staff through.
No, did you see my Friday night stream, Chris? The hate that I got whenever I said if I had a son and he was playing quarterback, I would not send him to Miami right now. Like if I had a son and he came to me and I'm talking, put me in the same position. I'm a Miami Hurricanes YouTuber. I got Miami gear, everything, and my son had offers from other places. I would be kind of pushing him to probably look elsewhere. And people gave me a ton of hate for that. So I agree with you.
Yeah, I think we have to hold – and look, if you go to play for Alabama, you're going to get held accountable. So it's not that I don't believe in accountability. There has to be like a smidge of realism in expectations of these players. Like it just – the fact that there's even a discussion right now on how Brown could be a better long-term fit for this program for next year than TBD boggles my mind. I mean, I get it, right? Like, yes, short-term today, the fact he can scramble and run for his life better than TBD when you have your offensive lines decimated, he's going to have more success potentially right now. But you got a guy that we know. Like Coop, I didn't think he regressed. I think he lost 4 of his freaking offensive line, and the guy's a pocket passer. Right? So, yeah, his stats regressed. And he did have a mental thing earlier in the season, but I don't know. But our fans, man, are just.
But then if for me with Tyler Van Dyke, if Gattis does stay, and like you said, you think a lot of it's on the offensive line, it still isn't necessarily tailored to his strengths. Like, we know that he seems to kind of like up tempo, pass heavy. Like, would he still have a reason to stay?
Let me ask you. So, if we could run the ball, and we could, and we had no line that could protect, if we just had those 2 things, do you not think, how successful do you think he'd be? I mean, all of a sudden, he's not going to get blitzed 9 times, nonstop because there's risk. I mean, I don't know.
No, I mean, I see your point of view, because then you're saying, if we have a healthy O-line, we're able to have a run game, maybe we see a little bit of a different game plan offensively, right? So, I mean, it's possible. I try to be open-minded.
I'm trying not to be the one talking.
What you think, Javier? Come on, Javier. Brandon, speak up.
Well, I just want to say, as I'm listening to all of you guys, collectively, all of you guys have a point with, we don't have the talent there yet. We need to give offensive coordinator another try. I mean, what I'm thinking and hearing is that we have all the time in the world to give these coaches their time to get it together, but we don't have enough time with the players. After 3 years, they want to go into the draft, or on the 4th year, they want to go into the draft. So we really don't have that much time to get it together with the players. But from what I've been assessing, from what I've been analyzing is, without Golden, all the freshmen were balling. Without Golden, all the freshmen were like high and flying, And then we got the defense, put together with Manny Diaz, and we got the recruit this year. But the thing is that we need to have a team and the staff that can do it all in 1 year, but that's almost impossible, with players coming in and out, going into the draft. And then a lot of players don't want to come to Miami because it affects their draft. It affects their stocks. They want to go with a team where it's already established and they could, make their money, get into the draft, get into the NFL, and we're just not that team. We're not the team that used to be back in the 80s and 90s, where a lot of players from UM were going into the first round of the draft. And the next 2 games that we have, I said it last week in the comments, that these last week's games and the next 2 weeks games, all what it is just like a preseason. Let's check out the players that we are gonna have, for the next year or 2. Put Jacory in for Clemson, next week, and to see what he has, because we already seen what TVD can do. We already seen Jake. Fortunately, we don't have that much of players to go with on the offense. Receivers. Good receivers. It's like what Coop said about MT. How many players can you name on top of your head with Middleton? With Middleton and Tennessee. The same reflection with the NFL. How many players can you really name on top of your head that are that bad? That there's some bad dudes, excellent players. We don't have that either in the offense. We're missing players. We're missing explosive receivers. Give some explosive receivers next in the next uh, recruiting next year and then the year after for Jacory. Build the team around him. For the next couple of years because that's what I really want to see. We just need to have the recruiting. We need to have the freshmen, and we need to develop on the defense because no defensive players are gonna put their bodies on the line, put their heart and soul if the offense can't get it to together. I've worked at the stadium. I used to be a security guard for the Miami Dolphins stadium. The Hard Rock. And I've personally seen the actions and the reactions in the locker room. Especially when Tannehill was there as a quarterback. That was my first year working as a security, and I could tell you there was a lot of players, including defense, that did not like Tannehill at all.
Well,
Tannehill would show up to the locker room all by himself, and all the players would join Matt Moore and other quarterbacks in the locker room. But Tannehill was the only lone guy there. So I think there is some problems going on in the locker room with the team with the because you could tell on the field. You could really tell on the field if people if the players want to put their lives on the line, put the bodies on the line for the other player. It's like Jeremy Shockey said. I want somebody that's gonna do or die. Ride or die for me on the field. I don't want somebody that's not gonna protect me, that's not gonna ball out. So
well, let me tell
a
you,
lot of those stuff needs to be addressed, in the coming years. But like I said, for me, the next two games is just a preseason, it's just an evaluation, and they just throw in Jacory in there with Clemson and Pitts and see what we can do. Let's get a little glimpse of what could happen.
One with Javier mentioning the players. Go ahead.
Did you see what is it? Zuki Knoll? Did you see his comment?
Which one?
It's perfect.
I see a couple. The 4 QBs in 2 seasons.
In 2 seasons, yeah. He's dead on. Dead on.
I mean, yeah. And that's what we're 4 QBs in 2 seasons and what 4 OCs in 5 seasons. Yeah.
Not take a step
back. We need to get it together, man.
In all fairness, King got hurt. TVD come in. TVD done got hurt. Garcia come in. He's throwing more completions to the defense than he is the offense. And then here we go with Jacory. But I understand what Zucchini Knoll is saying there. It's like I said a while ago, we have to build consistency. That's the problem. And, that's why, like with Gattis and Steele, we need to see what these guys, give them some time. Now, I hate to say that, but we're sitting here talking about getting rid of Gattis, but yet we're talking about we keep having more than 3 coaches every 2 years. You see what I'm getting at? It's that vicious circle, dude. But I mean, I honestly think things are going to get better. We just
Well, let me tell you though, when I was down there, like I said, I got to link up with a lot of former players and some guys that were very recently playing at the University of Miami. And when I keep saying that it really blew my mind, some of the things that they were telling me, that purging this roster, I don't call out anyone specific because all these guys are Miami Hurricanes, but purging this roster is so important because there were stories they were telling me about some guys that are still on the team right now, some things that they were doing that I just couldn't believe under Manny Diaz whenever he was here. Without naming anyone specifically, they were telling me stories of guys literally walking out of some meetings and taking, they give them like little sheets to study the other teams, like plays and stuff like that, literally taking it and throwing it in the trash. They said they didn't need to study. They felt like they were good. They said that there were guys out in Miami that were partying until 2 and 3 a.m. as recent as last year. And some of these guys are still on the team. Guys that literally didn't take it serious, didn't care at all. So, and, I was hoping with Mario coming in, he could kind of, flip that and get these guys right. But some of them, it just ain't working out. So it's so important, man, that we flip this thing big time. And there were some things. Talking about steel. Can I just say one more thing without naming anyone specific? When Manny Diaz was here, and you guys know that I actually defended Manny Diaz to the death until I buried him in my backyard. I got a lot of hate for that. Manny and the staff were letting so many things slide. It is unbelievable. I'm talking things academically when it comes to grades. I'm even talking down to the point of lying on numbers when it comes to personal bests with lifting weights and 40 times and all that stuff. I'm talking It goes deep. And there's so many things I swear that I cannot even say on this stream, that I cannot say on my channel. And again, it really opened my eyes, and that's what I keep saying, to how messed up everything really seriously was. When we're talking about being behind on the facilities, when we're talking about letting things slide, and no wonder a lot of these guys don't hold each other accountable, and they don't really care. Because I know some of the things that were going on and what they were letting slide over these last few years. And again, a lot of those guys are still here. And I'm not putting it all on them. I'm just saying it definitely negatively affects us.
Well, cool. Mario needs to go Butch Davis on them guys then.
You talk about the numbers. I know they were pissed. Chris, South Coast, I know you would agree. I know they were pissed when we're looking at film and they were putting 4.3 speed, 4.4 speed, and we're talking to each other on Twitter, Facebook, like there's no way on God's green that's 4.4 speed, 4.3 speed, no way.
I'm telling you, there were some really weird, crazy things happening. I mean, there's always some political junk that happens, when it comes to sports, but it blew my mind. I could not believe it was as bad as it was. And we're seeing a lot of this now. Like, have you guys seen what's my title? Drama, and more drama. So I'll bring it up with the parents bitching and complaining on Twitter about the no play time.
I think that's just part of sports, from like T-ball at 6 years old all the way up, dude. I mean,
can you imagine how embarrassed that kid has got to be?
Oh, I mean, these are, these young men, grown men, and I mean, look, I could understand a parent getting upset. I mean, we're all, some of us are parents, I'm sure.
Yeah, we love.
You kind of get, but you don't. I mean, it's college, man. I never understood those bleacher tirades these parents have. I don't get it.
But the most recent one, like, he doubled down on it because like they were coming at him. Let me find it. Hold on. I think he probably already deleted it now. What was it? The way he worded it. Here, I'm going to share my screen.
About he knows he has problems and he's going to pray for him or something.
Yeah, like it blew my mind.
Well, first off,
he tagged Coach Adai and said, "You are a real piece of work, but it's all good. I'm going to pray for you and your family. You obviously have serious issues." And it was because he saw a lot of freshmen and other guys getting playtime, and he felt like, it was messed up that they weren't playing his son. And I mean, I get the frustration, but honestly, even if I try to put myself in his shoes as a parent, what is that going to help?
I mean, again, this isn't middle school football. This isn't the high school football team. Why ain't you playing my son? Yeah, no, this is college, bro. These kids are using football to get a free education. That's just my opinion. And if your kid ain't cutting it, maybe he needs to tighten up. I don't know. I don't.
He's a freshman, though, bro. You see, that's
Okay,
another thing,
yeah.
too. He's a freshman, bro. He has plenty of time. Plenty of time. Now, if you're a fifth-year senior, okay, cool. Maybe we need to do a GoFundMe, be a doctor, be a nurse. We'll make something happen.
Well, the reason why I bring up the parents also is because I never really thought about this, and you guys probably all have. I'm just, a little late to the party. I didn't really think about the impact potentially parents could have on pushing their kids to try to get more NIL money when it comes to playing somewhere. Like, I understand there's this weird stuff with enticing recruits and yada yada, but I heard some things about a particular recruit that, again, also really kind of opened my eyes to that stuff. And I never really thought about that dynamic about, because I mean, they could share some of those funds possibly with their parents if they come from a place where they don't have a lot of money, help their mom and dad out, get a car or a new place or something like that. So that's also another interesting kind of topic.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I don't agree with that. I think that's a very perverted way of parenting, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I back that.
But it's got to happen, right?
Oh, it does. Yeah. The love of money, baby.
So then what about Chris and I going back and forth talking about Tyler Van Dyke and Jake Garcia? We're flipping the roster. There's going to be a purge. Which quarterbacks do you think do transfer?
I think I'm looking at it as a parent standpoint.
Okay.
I would tell TVD transfer. Yes, I will tell you why. Just think about it on a psychological standpoint. You was basically a first-round pick over the summer to a complete downfall in a couple months. If you can work with someone that can work to your skill set and it works, why not go there? I mean, to be honest, I'm shocked that he even stayed with Mario because of the bad publicity that the Oregon fans was giving Mario about with Justin Herbert underperforming at Oregon. So like I said, that's just my opinion. If I was in their shoes, I would leave Miami and just run to SMU because of the familiarity with Rhett Lashley. You guys probably don't agree with it, but I'm just looking at their standpoint.
Man, I know TVD wants to be a Hurricane, though. Like, he's all Miami Hurricane, bro. Like, big time.
Right, but I mean, if
he's got to be.
If he's not happy, he's got to do what's good for him and his future.
Correct.
If he's not happy that he wants to go back with Lashley, hey, we appreciate you. Have a nice day. See you later. Honestly, I think DVD sticks around because I think he does like being in Miami. I really do. Now, Jake, on the other hand, since the California high school COVID, whatever, he's been a journeyman for the last whatever before he came to Miami. And I think he was supposed to go to Southern Cal. I think that was his initial commitment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But hey, if both of them stay, great. If both of them leave, that's great. I would just like to see a good quarterback competition next year with all three of them.
Well, you have one, right? I mean, that's what's so funny is we have. I don't know what's going on with Garcia. I don't know football well enough to break down somebody's technical whatever to say, okay, he's here's what's happening. But TVD, I think you're dead on. I think TVD stays. And by the way, I think if you look at if he wants to play in the NFL, the best thing he could do is stay. I don't think that any NFL talent, scouting organization is going to look and say, well, TVD, why'd you have such a hard time when you had no offensive line and your receivers were injured and your tight end was injured? And, you lost your best two receivers from the prior year. You also lost them. So, but why'd you struggle this year? Under a new system and new coaching and this, he goes to the combine. This'll cease to exist this year. I think he'll be in a lot better position going to the NFL and saying, okay, I went through this adversity. Assuming he has a pretty decent year next year at least, right? With what he can, the things within his control, his sphere of influence, right? I think, the pros will get that better and say, okay, he stuck with it. He helped be part of the solution versus he bailed, went to a high school team down at SMU and had all this success playing against a bunch of people who aren't good enough to play in the NFL. It's just, that's what I see. But I do agree. I think Garcia is in a kind of a no-win at this point. I think he's behind Brown, and if Garcia stays, he's got a pretty big uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, if you get leapfrogged by Jakari, I would not blame Garcia at all for wanting to leave. Right, you're that number 3 guy. I mean, he had offers from I don't even remember. It just goes on and on. USC, Bama, Tennessee, Kentucky, and there honestly there would be plenty of schools that would pick up either of those guys, in my opinion, TVD or Jake. I mean, their phone would be ringing off the hook the minute that they hit the portal. So
yeah,
there does come a point where you do have to look out for yourself, kind of like Jordan was saying, right? I mean,
do they give up the NIL money they're getting here at Miami?
Sorry, I got to respond to this. Somebody in your chat asked how I could possibly say people playing from smaller schools are not just as good because the NFL is full of people that come from small schools.
Oh, yeah.
So what percentage of the NFL players are not from a Power 5 school?
Really small.
I mean, I don't know the answer to it, but I'm going to assume it's 10%, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, sorry.
No, I see what you're saying. I mentioned that in my video when I talked about him, possibly also staying. Was he goes out there and he's like, "Yo, I just lit it up against Tulane. Man, did you see those numbers we put up?" You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's not out here playing Alabama, Florida State, Texas. Well, not Texas A&M now, but what was at the time. So, I mean, it's a good point. Let me give a shout out real quick to U-Town. U-Town came through with the 5. What did U-Town say? He said, I don't have a problem with both TVD and Garcia getting out of Dodge Coop. We need to gut this team and get some tough-minded dogs. And I mean, I can see your point of view also. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I would prefer for both of them to stay. I tried to make that, plug that disclaimer in a million times in that video so people didn't take it out of context, or anything like that. But I hope they both stay. I would love a big full quarterback room.
I think one of them's leaving.
But yeah, I mean, I definitely think Jake is gone. Period. Especially if Jakari comes out and plays against Clemson and Pitt, it's game over for Jake.
Yeah,
I hate it for him too. I mean, it's I'm with you. I didn't want to see him go, but. That one, I don't think it's in TVD's best interest to go, but there's a lot of reasons it probably would be in Garcia's, unfortunately. But I'm interested to see Brown. So Clemson. I might try to find some place without TV access. For that game, but
yeah, let's be honest in here because I'm seeing a lot of hope all of a sudden for that game. Can we be honest and transparent tonight, please?
Who
wants to go first?
I think we got a shot to get beat or win. I mean, again, look what happened. Look what Florida State did to us. Okay, let's take the Georgia Tech win. We won. Okay, yes, we won. Something positive to build on, like I said before. But let's not overcook this chicken. Okay, let's take it for what it was. They went out there, they took care of business like they should have against a weaker opponent in Georgia Tech. Clemson, on the other hand, oh boy, if they play like they did fundamentally Saturday, I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, I hope they win. I really do. But it's going to be an uphill climb. I'm not going to lie.
Can I be honest, Jordan?
Sure.
I think we lose by 4+ touchdowns.
Oh, I wouldn't argue with that. I really wouldn't. But
even with Jakari playing, because Jakari at some point, here's what I'm worried about. Jakari is going to come out and make some true freshman mistakes. And I know we already discussed it a little. Now he sucks. And honestly, if he comes out, I want him to play. I want it to be Jakari against Clemson because I want him to get that bit. Getting to start that dude, a true freshman in Death Valley against Clemson, that's a big-time learning experience for him. But he is going to mess up in that game. It's going to happen.
But if TVD is healthy and ready to go and is cleared to play, I say you got to go with TVD.
I think TVD is hurt more than.
Yeah, I think he's probably out for the season.
Yeah, I do too.
But hey, well, I mean, after what Jakari did against Georgia Tech, I mean, it adds a new dimension to the playbook. And if he gets his timing down with those receivers, I'm just saying.
What's gonna be interesting is I'm just waiting for Clemson to just put a spy on him, and then now all of a sudden, does that take away a lot of the pressure that was put on Tech, and might have been some of the reason our running game all of a sudden, started working better. I mean, it's
Give me just a second.
We're giving Clemson, who's got a really good coaching staff, an extra week of scheming a bunch of crap up to make his life miserable. And Tech, A, doesn't have the coaching staff to do that, but B, had never seen the kid play either. So I think it's tough. Now I'll tell you, the only part of me, not to switch it a little bit on you there, Coop, but I still think our defense is pretty good. As crazy as that might sound. We keep getting wrecked by big plays, but what's Clemson doing big play-wise this year? I mean, I think that, and I've watched a lot of these games, but my perception from watching some of it is they've struggled with that, haven't they? Hasn't that been one of their struggles all season?
Yeah.
Offensively?
I mean, I believe so. Yeah. Now, I'm kind of in the same boat, though. I have not religiously watched Clemson this season. So I don't even know, like, that they're still starting DJ at the moment, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the reason why I think Miami has a chance. You know me, I'm a blind ass fan.
That's okay.
But I think Miami has a shot, but they just can't shoot themselves in the foot. They just can't, bro. If they can avoid that, we have a chance.
Man, I'll
give you the one stat. The one stat, and I'll shut up and let you guys talk about it because I'm interested. You got what's probably the best D-line in the country going up against our O-line with 4 starters out.
There's just no way, man. I'm sorry. Like, I hate to be a negative Nancy, and usually Coop is the guy that tries to give a little sliver of hope. I have no hope in this one. Now, again, I'm not going to be super pissed about it because we already know what this season is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it still sucks. I'll still probably get mad, but it's not garbage can worthy. Like, we'll take the beating like a man, and we'll try to use this opportunity to give some guys some burn, and move on and play Pitt. See if we get a bowl game.
I see where you're coming from, Coop, but they better fight. That's the thing. It's either they believe it or they're gonna take a beating.
Oh, and I agree. And I mean, that's super important to see that, right? Because that's what we felt like at Florida State. Like I said, when I was at the game, bro, when Jordan Travis threw that bomb, done. with the fans and the players. That was it. And honestly, Georgia Tech was actually tight for a little bit. I mean, it was like 14-7 going into the half. It was actually close. And then it was a goose egg in the third quarter, and then we took over in the fourth. So we'll see. Like I said, I would love to see some fight for the Clemson game. I actually haven't. What is it? I'm going to look it up right now.
21-28.
Is it really? Wow, it is. Okay.
19.5 right now, but might as well be. I mean, here's what I'd love to see. I don't really give a damn about any of these games. I mean, I really like for us to get to a bowl because it gives us more weeks of practice, and that's good. I just want to see our fans get behind the damn team, get behind what we're trying to do and where we're trying to go. Because for the first time in 20 years, there's some substance behind us saying we're at the beginning of actually, getting things addressed, right? It's not just hopes and dreams. There's a lot of investments being made. So I'm pretty excited about it, to be quite candid.
And we got some big timers in the chat right
Coach,
now.
Coach.
What's going on, Zoe?
What's good, man? What's going on? It's 11:30 at night. I'm still up. Can't sleep right now.
Yo, it's the late night real talk. We go live late. Man. This is the Night Owls, so we come on here and we keep it real, honest and blunt.
I see. I got a few brethren in the chat. What's going on, Chris? What's going on, everybody?
What up,
Zoe? Hey, I'm gonna say on JLT, what's going on? I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna stay on too long, but love what I saw Saturday. I'm gonna say as long as Josh Gattis is the OC, we have a chance to get blew out every game. If you look at the game yesterday, the first quarter, 14 points, second quarter, fourth quarter, 14 points. In between those quarters, couldn't move the football. Couldn't do absolutely nothing. And that's just how he calls football games. He gets stuck in the way of calling football games, and he's more stubborn than Mario. And I like Mario, but Mario is also a stubborn coach. They have to get out of this old school mentality of I'm just going to run the football and we're going to do this and win football games, because I don't see Georgia and Alabama and Clemson just running the football to win football games. You have to know how to get the ball to your athletes in space to where they can win the football games for you. And I don't see that. I don't see that from Gattis. I see Kenny. It looks like sometimes, you remember when you played sandlot football and you go out there, you draw a circle and say, you go this way, you go this way, and we just going to get the ball to get the ball to somebody. That's what I see. And I don't. This game this week against Clemson, I'm not gonna say I'm the biggest Hurricane fan in the world, but I am a huge Miami Hurricane fan, and I've been doing videos since 2012. I've never seen a team look this bad. I know you say look at what might happen, but I've never seen a football team. We haven't gotten beaten that bad against Florida State in 25 years. I haven't seen a Miami team look this bad and this confused, even when Al Golden was there. And I do, like I said, I do appreciate the win yesterday. And I will probably be at the Clemson game. Definitely probably tailgate. I missed the Florida State game last week. But I just think I love what I'm seeing from Brown. I think he's young. People gonna have to wait for him to develop. But if he does lock this job down, both TVD and Garcia are gone. If he locks his quarterback position, because we have 2 5-star recruits that's coming in next year. So he's a year behind Garcia, 3 years behind TVD. I see Tyler Van Dyke going over to SMU because their quarterback is a senior. So I can see him going over there with Rhett. to finish his last year to try to get to the NFL. And I just don't see what Garcia will. And if I was him, I wouldn't. I mean, you have to look at your future. You have to look at if you want to go to the NFL. If you have two more, if a true freshman beats you out, and you have two more studs coming in, I can't see either one of those guys staying if Ja'Cory Brown locks this quarterback position down. I'm not saying he will. I'm just saying if it happened, it really makes no sense for either one of them to stay. And I love both of them, and I want to see both of them stay.
Now, Zoe,
But
I feel like Chris is chomping at the bit to say something here.
Go ahead, Chris.
Here's my question for you. When does it stop? So let's hold them all accountable like you want to with Gattis. Steele, fuck, man. They scored Duke, Middle Tennessee scored 45 points. Florida State scored 45. He's got to get fired. Our quarterbacks, they're not progressing. Van Dyke, he's digressing. All right, got to fire the quarterback coach. We got lots of injuries. Shit, strength coach, he's got to get fired. Offensive line, I know they're all hurt, but who gives a shit? They should be fixed. Fire the offensive line coach. Our D-backs, we got burned. I know we lost until recently, by the way. Our best corner or safety, I believe it is, either corner or safety. We just got him back last week, I think, and I'm blanking on his name. We got to fire
He wasn't the best corner. Stevenson was actually the worst statistically before he got hurt.
What?
He was getting burnt every week before he got hurt.
It's not Stevenson.
If you look at Steele, Stevenson and Ivy, there's two starting corners.
Yeah. Okay. Who just came back from injury? I think it was last week, and then
at the corner position.
Not cornerback.
I don't know if it's
safety.
safety or corner. It might be safety.
Shit.
But see, a lot of people looking at the points that the defense gave up. They gave up points in 2 games, really, right? All right. Our offense was 3 and out every single drive. You can't. We have 2 linebackers. We have 2 linebackers on this defense. That's it. We have 2 linebackers on this defense.
1.5.
1.5. And I'm dead serious. If you look at the depth chart, that's what we have. They have 5 4-stars coming, 1 5-star and 4 4-stars coming in to the recruit to this defense next year. You at least with Steele, because a lot of games we didn't give up any points. Our offense still couldn't score. At least with Kevin Steele, at least with Steele. I'm sorry. Is it?
No. I just got to ask you. Steele's okay because he's got a couple 1 or 2 or 3 players injured, and because of that, he's had some struggles.
We have no linebackers either.
I get it. This year we had at one point, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, we had our starting. We had 3 of our 5 starting linemen out. Our top 2 receivers, our top 2 running backs, and our starting tight end. We're all injured on the offense.
Yeah.
But we don't.
They got hurt during the game, though.
In that scenario, either way, we're still sitting here going, Gattis, he needs to succeed with that. But still, he's got 2 or 3 players that are injured, and it's okay.
No, we have
I like
no.
Steele, by the way. I like what was going on.
We have no linebackers at all. We don't have a linebacker. I got 2 linebackers. And he's dealt with that all year long. And I think he made some adjustments because if you look at what Couch did this week, our safeties were playing close to the line of scrimmage, and we were getting beat on post routes where the safeties were supposed to be there.
For Couch.
Yeah, they were playing so close to the line of scrimmage it was dumb. But I think they was doing that to make up for the run because they couldn't stop the run. They didn't do that this week. They played where they were supposed to play at, and they played good. I'm not really giving Steele a pass, but what I'm saying is when our offense was healthy, when they were healthy, we were horrible. When we had every offensive lineman, when we had all our receivers, we had everything. We were horrible. We could not even move the football against Middle Tennessee State or whoever we lost. We couldn't move the football against them. When everybody was healthy, we were 3 and out. When against A&M,
the only 2 games we had with people healthy were the first 2 games of the season. By the time we played A&M, we had 5 offensive starters out in the A&M game.
No, not and we had 3 starters out, and it was one offensive lineman, and I think one guy got suspended. And I think somebody got suspended. But when you look at the talent on the offensive side of the ball compared to the defense, because nobody was really concerned about the offense coming into this year. When you look at the offense side of the ball compared to the defense side of the ball, Gattis, like, they put it this way, they had to go to Josh Gattis personally, have a sit down with him and Tyler Van Dyke and say, this is what Tyler Van Dyke wants to do. He running read options with Tyler Van Dyke. He was running read options with Tyler Van Dyke. Like, that is just dumb. I mean, that's the and then when they changed the offense, before he got hurt, the offense got better because they changed it to fit Tyler Van Dyke. Gattis was horrible at Michigan. That's why when they left Michigan, all the fans was like, thank you for taking him off our hands. And he got to Miami being stubborn. I just don't think he's an offensive mind. I think he won that coach. He won that Brawls Award because of Harbaugh, not because of him. I just really believe that I don't think he's a. This is my personal opinion, but I'm ready for him to go. If they fired him today and hired Coach Coop, coach the offense, I'd be happy.
Not me.
Coach, you looking for a job?
Well, I would respectfully decline because. Man, you want to kill your career? Go to Miami, man. I don't know, like.
But I'm just like, he changed the whole offense from an offense that was working better last year, and that's my thing. And like I said, when you have no line, they had 2 linebackers on the roster this year. When you have that, it is definitely you're not going to be able to stop the run. And it's definitely going to be tough on your defense. So they were trying to plug in people at linebacker. And Kevin Steele made a lot of bonehead plays. But if you really look at throughout the whole season, like they was getting a lot of 3 and outs and shutting teams down and just couldn't. And the offense couldn't do nothing with the football. They were on the field. As soon as they get off the field, they get Gatorade and they was going right back on the field. And when you already don't have depth, when you already do not have any depth, and you're sending them guys right back out there that quick, this is what happened. Our defensive line played great. Both our cornerbacks played very well, especially compared to last year. But we had a safety problem. I don't know why he was lining those safeties up so close to the line of scrimmage. And we have a linebacker problem. I think we might have fixed the safety problem this week. I'm hoping that we don't get beat 65-3 this week.
They better.
Huh?
They better come play them and the linebackers because Clemson, they got 2 tight ends. Those boys are gangster.
We got two linebackers.
They got 10 touchdowns in between each other. They better come to play, boy.
We got two linebackers, so I'm hoping you line up J Love T at the 3rd linebacker spot.
1.5. And guess what? This is the game where Corey Flagg is barely gonna touch the field. So
hey, I say Wesley Saint need to be out there.
Yeah, Wesley Saint definitely needs to be out there.
Yeah, Wesley
he needs to be out there. But the thing about it is, anybody that we try to plug in they play safety and they don't want to tackle. So you can't even bring down one of those big safeties and put him at linebacker. And that's the people. I mean, when it's like you say, okay, not having a linebacker is almost like not having a left tackle. It is that bad at linebacker, and we knew that going into the year. Fans were trying to figure out. Now, I watched your shows, Coach Coop. I remember you talking. What are we going to do about linebacker? That was the main topic this off season with this program. But what we were going to do about linebackers, and we knew it, and we still, unless we got some transfer portal guys that which we didn't get for linebacker, that's a problem. But next year, this upcoming season, we have 5 linebackers coming in here that are all studs.
Hey, Zoe, but I want to ask, man, y'all seen, in the Georgia Tech game, how Caleb Johnson, they kept, before Cam Kitchens got that pick 6, like if y'all noticed, they were picking at Caleb Johnson, like he was getting beat out on the slants.
But see, at receiver, I mean, at cornerback, 9 times out of 10, the two routes that you need help from your safeties on, or even your linebackers, your outside linebackers, or slant passes.
No,
And
that's
a post.
I'm talking about Keller Johnson, the linebacker.
Oh, the linebacker.
They're getting beat out by slants, and it's like they were picking at him right before Cam Kitchens got that pick six. If you go back and look at the the highlights.
Go back. I want you to even go look at. I want you to go look at another play. The play with DJ Ivy. Like I say, there's no cornerback in college football that can cover a post route. In the NFL, there's none that can cover a post route. That's why that safety is always supposed to be over the top. If you look at that play when Cam Kitchens got that second interception, he was in a perfect spot because they ran a quick post route, and he got a step on Ivy. He had that step or two on Ivy, and Cam Kitchens was able to pick that ball off.
You talking about the talking about the second interception with I thought that was on Tyreek Stevenson. That was
no. That was the one where on the right side of the field, his lineup on the right side of the field. Oh yeah, he had a step. He had a step on DJ Ivy, and he got that. And he picked that ball off. That's what a safety's supposed to do. Earlier in the year, they were killing us on the run, and he kept having Cam Kitchens them close to the line of scrimmage, and now a post route turns into a touchdown because, like I say, you can't cover a post route. It's almost impossible. They always teach you at cornerback to force them inside to the help. So that.
I will say that I think that everybody has made some pretty good points for and against Gattis, but I do still, and again, I'm not pro Gattis, kicking it back like the offense a little bit. I am not. He hasn't won me over, but I do still just absolutely hate the idea of starting over at that OC position. Because the thing is we have something to kind of go off of with what he did this year, which is not a whole lot, I know, but we kind of have something to go off of, and then we can see if he progresses next year, if things get better. Otherwise, we bring in a new guy, a whole new offense again. Don't we kind of have to give him don't we have to kind of give him a pass year one to give us something to gauge off of for the 2024 season?
They're gonna hire Pounce. They're gonna hire Pounce. I'm not
interested in Pounce at OC.
I'm saying that's what they're gonna do. From what I'm hearing, that's what they're gonna do. I'm gonna get off real quick. Like, I'm gonna tell you what totally disgusted me about Gattis, and it's not just about his coaching; it's about his character. I listen to the coaches. I really listen to those post-game press conferences, and I listen to those coaches. Every coach on that team man up and say, "I have to do better at my job and get these kids better." Everybody but Gattis. Gattis blamed every kid on the field, and then in the locker room when he cursed those kids out and called those kids stupid, and they don't know nothing, and he did that. You wouldn't have did that to grown men. You can't do that to your and then publicly embarrass them the way he did at that press conference. That's why I really lost him at. I sat there and watched Kevin Steele damn near cry. This is on me. I have to fix this. I have to figure out what I have to do to put my kids in a better position to win. That's grown man stuff. But with Gattis,
when did he? Yeah, I'm just trying. When did he cuss out the players and call them all stupid and all that?
This was probably about. This was about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
It was that in a press conference.
It was in the locker room.
Yeah,
it got out.
I think you're talking about the time when he came in and told them that it was the worst team he had ever coached, right?
Yeah, okay. But it was a lot more. It was a lot more said than that. I actually got a little. I didn't play it, but I got a little bit of the audio, and it was bad.
Just going back real quick. So Texas A&M, our 4 injuries for that game were our top 2 receivers. That was Restrepo and Jacoby George, and then our top 2 running backs at the time, which were Don Chaney and Trevante.
Okay, now Jacoby George, right, was not gonna see the field until he didn't play the first game. He didn't play until he was forced to play.
I get it.
He wasn't considered.
The Texas A&M game.
Yeah, he wasn't even considered. He was fourth string. He was fourth string. He wasn't nowhere considered to even see the field this year. And actually, he made them play him when he made a few catches coming in the fourth quarter when he did a couple of them one-handed catches, and it was like, oh, we have to play this guy.
That's every freshman that plays. Like
he's not a freshman though. He's not a freshman.
Oh, okay.
He's a transfer. He's a transfer portal kid.
Wait. Who are we talking about again?
88.
Oh, you're talking about Colby Young. Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Yeah, Colby Young is a transfer. Yeah, I thought we were talking about Jacoby George a second ago, and then we shifted to Young.
I did say Jacoby George.
I was,
okay.
Yeah.
I got confused.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
go ahead.
To me, like I say, the offense was just it wasn't open. It was so closed. It wasn't opened up. It was just so closed. And I mean, Gattis, maybe he can win me over, but right now, yeah. Right now, Gattis. Right now, I'm just not a fan of Josh Gattis right now.
You know what we did in the Georgia Tech game? I think I figured out. Again, I'm not a Gattis fan. I don't know if his play calling is great or his schemes are wonderful or whatever. But what I have noticed is the games we had that were solid, right? We dominated the time possession, and even those games where we couldn't score in the damn red zone, but we could march from the 20 to the 20 just fine. We dominated in time possession. Our defense was fresh, and we put all sorts of pressure in the backfield on the quarterback. And I think that's what we have seen. Our success this year, right?
Yeah.
And it was, and I think at one point it was like 27 minutes to 17 minutes time possession in a Tech game. So I think that's kind of his style. It's not flashy. It's not whatever. It's suck the clock up and
kick field goals.
Again, man, you can't give one guy a pass and not the other. So if you're gonna hold Gattis accountable, and again, I'll just use the A&M game because that's before we even lost more people, and you have your top two receivers, your top two running backs out, and that's not acceptable. Then we got to fire Steele too because we got gashed by some players, and then you go down the line and we fire everybody, and then next year when they come in and they suck for 3 or 4 games, we fire all of them, and we just never build anything because we just want that instantaneous. They come in and suddenly all the kids instantly know the program. I don't know how that.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. The thing that gets me with Gattis is him not holding himself accountable, and I just don't think he's a good coach. I think Kevin. See, I look at this right here. Kevin Steele has 2 national championships as a defensive coordinator, one at Auburn and one at LSU. I think he can right the ship. And I'm just going off his track record. I think he can actually right the ship, and maybe not. And you may be 100%. We may be 100% right. I'm just speaking on what I'm seeing. I just see it was too many games that the defense has actually held us in a lot of games, and our offense does absolutely nothing.
They're on the field a ton.
On the field all game. Yeah, on the field all game long. And when you know you don't have depth at all on your defensive side of the ball, especially at linebacker, like I said, we have no line. It's like think about it, you have no linebackers to stop the run, right? So I want everybody, I said this on my show earlier, I want everybody to go and get a flathead screwdriver, right? And try to take the doors off of your bedroom doors when we all know they're all Phillips head, and see how long that takes you to do that.
Dude, I'm in total agreement, but you're given again. It's Steele, and I like Steele, by the way, but it's like he doesn't have linebackers. and the flathead screwdriver, square peg, round hole. I get it. But you got the same problem, except you got 4 or 5 offensive linemen out. We don't have an O-line. How do you build an offense?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say the right. Why did our O-line did not get healthy when they changed the scheme for Tyler Van Dyke, and we start throwing for 300-400 yards 3 or 4 games in a row with the same O-line because they changed the scheme up, and the O-line didn't get healthy.
I will say, I don't know if this was addressed because I just missed the last hour and a half, but Gattis got a raw deal definitely during the season with all the injuries, TVD not having Harley and Rambo, but it still doesn't defend his horrific play calling. So I can see it from both sides with all the injuries and us not having our top 2 wide receivers this year and a new system and whatever, but his play calling has been ridiculously horrible. Like, that's just my opinion. I definitely do, because I was pro keeping Gattis up until this last game.
Even in the last game, first quarter great, second and third quarter horrible, fourth quarter great.
Hey, I would say this, man. His play calling might have been horrible to people, but Ja'Cory Brown was able to thrive in that same offensive play calling.
Not in the third quarter.
Because of his athleticism.
Not in the third quarter. We put
not
up
the
0
third quarter,
points.
but he still was able to put up. He was able to do things in the fourth quarter. Understand?
It's Georgia Tech. This stuff isn't going to work against better teams in the ACC. Georgia Tech is a bottom tier team, just like we are this year. I'm not saying we're any better.
I will say is why I mentioned we're going to see a lot of fans flip this Saturday. Whenever Clemson beats us by 4+ touchdowns, and then it's.
Everyone's like, oh, Ja'Cory's the QB1, blah, 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 blah. But that's Georgia Tech, man.
No, I never was saying that. I'm not saying Ja'Cory Brown is like one. I was saying this at T2 show earlier. Like, I feel like the way that he played, though, he played with the potential. You work on the accuracy that he got. As far as like him decision making, Ja'Cory Brown has better decision making right now. He
didn't turn the ball over. I agree.
And not only did he turn the ball over, he used 7 different wide receivers. Think about that.
Answer this question, though.
He didn't throw to just one wide receiver. He didn't just focus on one wide receiver. He focused on all different type of opportunities. He tried to make plays. He used his legs. It's like
threw the ball to.
For
the
his
downfield
first
throwing. The downfield throwing needs to be worked on, though. He overthrew a couple people, but he even said that in an interview that he got a little excited and put a little more on it than he meant to.
Yeah. But answer this question for me. Answer this question for me since you talking about he thrived in Gattis' offense. Like I say, first quarter, 2 touchdowns. Fourth quarter, 2 touchdowns. What happened in the second and third quarter?
Okay, understand this. This is how I'm saying it. Even though it's Georgia Tech, I understand. They ain't no top 10.
I'm not talking about Brown. I'm talking about as an offense.
Oh, you're talking about as an offense.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, the only reason why I talk about Brown in that offense is that, first of all, we're going to start with the general. The person that's supposed to be the decision maker. Sorry, my fault. I'm not saying the words right. Decision maker. So when it came down to Brown, you got to understand they were trying to get him used to the field more and get him more comfortable, because this is his first real big start, to be honest with you.
Did you hear what the Georgia Tech? Did you hear what the Georgia Tech coach said at halftime? Did you hear what he said at halftime?
Oh, that he figured out the offense, that they know what they're
doing.
We
have this offense figured out. Yeah. That's what he said.
Yep.
Well, we have the offense figured out. We know what they're.
Wait, they have.
Well, they had the offense.
Wait, they have whose offense figured out? Theirs or
Miami.
ours?
Miami.
The Georgia Tech coach said at halftime that we have the Miami offense figured out.
Yeah, and I feel like he's just talking out his butt.
No, because they did have us figured out in the second and third quarter. They shut us out.
No, I understand
so
that.
So he had it figured out in the third quarter, and then forgot all that shit for the fourth.
In the fourth, but that's not the fourth quarter. Yeah.
No, the fourth quarter was 4 turnovers. I mean, Westlake took one back to the house.
Yeah,
Couch had 3 turnovers. That was defense.
I tell you what.
I'll also say that Georgia Tech's QB got injured and they were playing their third string quarterback.
Yeah, they were playing Gibson.
But injuries don't matter.
Yeah,
no, they do matter. I'm not talking about injuries. I'm talking about Couch having 3 turnovers. He had a hat trick. He had when your defense gets 4 turnovers.
Kitchens.
Kitchens. I'm sorry. Kitchens had 3 turnovers, 1 return for a touchdown. When you have 4 turnovers in the game, and there were and off them 4 turnovers, we got, I think, 7 points.
Here's what I want you to do. I'm super interested in this. I don't mean to interrupt you, but just real quick. So I don't know if it's Zoe or Zoo, so I apologize.
It's Zoe.
All right, Zoe. The 2 stats I want to look at this week against Clemson, and that's sacks and hurries. Okay, on our quarterback.
Yes, sir.
So on Sunday, I just want you to tell me what defense or offensive coordinator could succeed in any way based on the number of sacks and hurries we're going to have.
Not a quarterback on earth. Not a quarterback on earth.
Oh no, offensive coordinator, scheme.
No, we're playing against a different. We're playing against a different animal that we're not going to be ready for at all.
Do you know that Florida State's defense is ranked higher than Clemson's now?
They may be. They may be.
Florida State put up a fight against Clemson. That score is a little bit more lopsided than how most of the game went.
But see, I'm not just going off of that game. I'm going off of games where when we couldn't move the ball in a bunch of games, like people we could not move the ball against Savannah State. That makes no sense to me. I don't care how many people were hurt. We should have moved the ball. Our 4th string should have moved the ball. His play calling is so suspect to me. It's like he doesn't. I don't think he gets it. I don't know. I could be just anti-Gattis. I don't mind taking that role. And this reminds me of, I remember, and Coach, I'm pretty sure you remember this back when Mark Richt got hired, right? Mm-hmm. Our only problem on that team was the defense. And they came in and changed the whole offense. We won every game that year because of the defense, except for the Notre Dame game. They came in and made Brad Kaya a read option quarterback instead of a pro style quarterback, and our offense went to trash. And everybody blamed the offensive line. It wasn't an offensive line problem the year before, but that year that Mark Richt took over, our offense went from they were talking about Brad Kaya being a Heisman candidate quarterback, just like they was talking about Van Dyke being a Heisman quarterback, hopefully coming into this year. And he ended his career. Mark Richt single-handedly ended that man's career.
Is that why Kaya left early and he shouldn't have?
Yeah, Kaya should have. He almost died. That's why he left early, because he almost died. That's why he left early.
You ever wonder what that 2017 season would have been like had we had Kaya still? And I mean, Malik did well, but I'm always curious.
If we would have had an offensive coordinator instead of Mark Richt's son calling plays, yeah, we would have been better.
But I will say the Georgia Tech game, how we got shut out in the 2nd and 3rd quarter, I think a lot of that had to do with in the 4th quarter of scoring is because we had more opportunities because our defense was killing it on the other side of the ball. And so the offense was on the field more and the defense got tired. Just to address that, because I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah.
I see similarities. I see similarities to that season.
And that's
our
Gattis'
offense has regressed badly. I believe that Rhett Lassie worked with. Right? They said the offensive line was horrible last year. They said the offensive line was horrible with Derek King. Remember how horrible it was? But as soon as it wasn't. They had the same players playing. They changed the quarterback. He changed the system to fit the quarterback.
Wait, they had the same offensive line last year and this year?
No, that's not. No. What I'm saying is when Josh Gattis, remember the Alabama game? Coop was there. I was there. Remember the Alabama game? Like when Derek King was out there, and Derek King could only roll right and throw right. And he was hurt. He was a limited quarterback. He was 5'1". I always call him Kevin Hart.
I don't think he ever fully recovered from the injury in the bowl game the year before.
He didn't.
I agree.
And I told people he wouldn't because it's the only person I know recovered that fast was Adrian Peterson.
And that's a specimen.
Exactly. So no, but as soon as Tyler Van Dyke took over with that same offensive line that got De'Aaron King hurt, that everybody blamed, Tyler Van Dyke took the league by storm because he designed the plays. He designed the plays for that quarterback to be able to throw the ball. Somebody who could see over the line of scrimmage. So he's last year a better offensive coordinator than Kevin. I mean, than Gattis.
I don't know that you want to start ranking them. I just think that the players that we have did better in the system that Lashley had compared to the system that Gattis has. You know, Gattis could have gone to another school with different players and his system could thrive there, but it's not working in Miami. We can't overpower people. We outrun people. We have the speed, and the system that he's installed isn't the system for speed. It's a system for overpowering people.
Hey, Coach Coop.
That's true.
Answer this question. Did you get these same comments on your channel that I got when we hired Gattis? Were there a bunch of Michigan fans coming on your channel saying, "Thank you for taking him off our hands"?
Yes,
I saw that all over Twitter.
I got it all over my channel.
They still message me on a daily basis. After every rant video that I post, they send me a thank you.
Yo, Chris was going to say something. Chris,
go ahead.
I want to know what Chris wanted to say.
Now I got to respond to the last thing, but then I want to go back to Melissa for a second. So yeah, and I'm sure there's lots of Miami fans that are saying, "Thanks for taking Manny Diaz away. He sucks." And I don't see their team complaining too much right now. I mean, you know, but Melissa, you were dead on. We got more opportunities on the offensive side, and we dominated time possession and wore their defense out. That I think is Gattis' strategy. Right? Whether it's a good strategy or bad strategy, I think that's the way he sets the offense up, is a more methodical offense than we had before.
Didn't we do that against A&M?
But the question, we did. Honestly, we had a freaking amazing offense between the 20.
We doubled their time of possession but couldn't score.
Yeah, the red zone offense is a whole nother animal.
We doubled their time of possession.
Red zone offense.
It was the red zone.
We doubled A&M.
If you look at the stats, if you just forget the score and you just look at the stats.
That's right. We outplayed them.
Miami wins.
Yep.
That's right. We doubled their time of possession, everything.
Yeah.
Couldn't score.
Couldn't because
it was a red zone problem.
We had that problem with Mark Richt in 2017 too when we won all those games. I think we were only like 50% in the red zone.
Yeah, we were number one in turnovers. We were number one in forced turnovers and dead last in points off of turnovers with Mark Richt.
So with all this talk, though, let me ask this real quick because I know Zoe, you said you have to go soon. We're all just fans, right?
Yes, sir.
But most of us are saying we're not big fans of Gattis, even if some of us want to retain him and at least see what he does next year. Who is realistically the solution then with the personnel that we have?
To be honest with you, you have to bring in an innovative offensive coach who can. You look at the best teams in college football right now. I can't put out a name, but if you look at the best teams in college football right now, these teams know how to run some type of a spread formation offense, which that's what Miami talent has. A zones run scheme, which Miami's always done.
I just wish you guys just use some facts for 2 seconds. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
Go
ahead.
You do a good job of this, Melissa. So don't take that the wrong way. We're sitting here going, well, we should pass and have the same success we had last year. Well, how many freaking of our top receivers that were the big part of all that success last year left?
Earlier.
Right?
Charleston Rambo was our best receiver. He's gone.
Rambo and Harley are gone.
Yeah.
And Harley, right? So we lost those.
Part of it.
Yeah, and that's who we were throwing to. And then who was left? Restrepo. And that was going to be our guy who was going to anchor and lead the team. And then what happens? Third game, he's injured. I mean, it's like, okay, we're all upset. And I say I'm lumping me in. We're all upset because our offense isn't producing. But yet nobody can name an offensive coordinator or an ex-head coach. Like, hell, put head coaches in. Let's say we could pay some head coach that's out there right now enough money to come be our offensive coordinator. Just name a human being on the planet.
Lane Kiffin.
Miami.
Lane Kiffin.
Same injuries that we had this year.
Lane Kiffin.
Listen, I can't name somebody, but I will say if Jakari starts the last 2 games, like I guess I don't know if you guys discussed this. I want to see what Gattis does with this type of QB. Obviously, playing him against Clemson is not maybe the best, like, stats or
I just hope he
whatever.
don't
But like, I
die.
want to see how he calls plays against Pitt, who's not necessarily a top tier team in the ACC, but who's better than Georgia Tech, and see what he can do with Jakari.
We had a
obviously
full.
it wasn't working. It wasn't working with Jake. It wasn't working. TVD got injured. Whatever. But from what I've seen so far in Gattis's, what we've seen from him over the few games, I don't like his play calls, and I understand we've had injuries and it's not the same team and all of these things. But from my perspective, his play calling scheme is just not working.
With 90% of the offense healthy a couple weeks ago, with 90% of the offense healthy, we just had a 4 overtime game where we won with all field goals.
That was but
90%
of the offense and part of that 10% is TVD being injured. That's losing your starting QB is going to affect the team more than like just one random wide receiver.
How can we not get one touchdown?
Gaddis, but even I can't defend that.
How can we not get one touchdown?
Out of the 90%, hang on real quick. Out of the 90%, we had like 4 guys that was their first game back, and some of them were on limited reps. I mean, it's not like we were just a couple people down. I mean, with our backup,
we had a 4 field goal. We can't throw a touchdown to a tight end. 88 was in.
QB. It's with our backup QB.
But what
with
quarter
our backup O-line.
What
to
quarter?
Our backup receivers.
What quarter? What
with our
quarter
backup
did
running back who's struggling? I mean, it's
what quarter did what's name get hurt in? What quarter did TVD get hurt in that game?
In the he didn't play in the Virginia game.
He didn't play in that game. It was Garcia.
Jake.
It was
TVD
Jake,
got injured in the Duke game.
He got injured in the Duke game.
Yeah, TVD didn't play at all.
I still can't, and that's another thing. It's like Garcia regressed this year.
Well, any quarterback. Okay, I'll ask the same question. Take coaches out of the
did he regress?
Tell me the quarterback.
How many reps have we seen him play?
I mean, you're right. I'm looking at when he came in as a backup.
Yeah, it was kind of. It is kind of hard to judge Jake because what's the phrase? He got to play hero ball a lot, where he came in with nothing to lose and could just sling it. And then in his actual first full start, it was his first official start. So it is kind of hard to gauge Jake off of that.
Yeah.
Nate, I better take coaches out. Name a quarterback playing right now, or that's played in the last 5 years, that would be awesome and successful here with second and third string players across the entire offense.
I got a better one. I can't name that. I got a good one for you though. Name me a quarterback that's done. Name me a quarterback that's done great in the Josh Gattis system.
I don't know.
Thank you.
They went to the playoffs. So does that
name me a quarterback that did great in the Josh Gattis? They ran that year.
That's apples and oranges.
That year, no, that's not apples and oranges because he hadn't produced a quarterback. He hasn't produced a quarterback.
He
hasn't produced a quarterback.
Listen, I see it from both sides. I don't think Gattis is the guy, but I'm also defending Chris at the same time. So, I mean, it just depends on how you want to look at it.
Okay, here's what we'll do. Jorn is the tiebreaker. Jorn, who's right, who's wrong?
I'm Switzerland.
How about Lucius the other day, boy?
Woo!
How about Lucius?
UAB transfer.
Lucius. He's putting blocks in for Rooster.
Can I just say?
Good yards.
Can I just say, I don't know if any of you, if this was discussed, but Jakari's post-game interview, if he's like, 18 years old? He is such a well-spoken young man, I have to say. I hope he succeeds at Miami because he's the type of guy that you gravitate to and like, because he just seems like such a good, honest, genuine human.
Like, I root for all these guys. But is it crazy for me to say that? And Jakari, we're not at risk of losing that guy. I mean, he's a true freshman. But I would take Jake hitting the portal over Jakari. Like Jakari's ceiling, man, that dude he just oozes athleticism.
Well, with the offensive line troubles that we've had with injuries, we need a mobile quarterback.
We've never had one. That's crazy.
Well, De'Aaron King was kind of mobile.
Malik Rozier.
Malik was, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say we've never had a dynamic mobile quarterback. Put it
I need
we had
to
guys who
see
could roll
more
around.
of Jakari throwing to have a real idea of what he could possibly be.
And I'm not 100% sold on him.
Clemson game as my, make it or like my deal breaker, but I want to see him start at Pitt and get a good
I would
idea
not
against
use the
like a
Clemson game
mid-ish
as
tier team.
I would not use the Clemson game as a make or break.
No.
Not even on Gattis.
No, not even with a full healthy team am I going to use that as my gauge.
No, I'm not gauging that game. No.
All right,
not even.
If Miami beats Clemson, does everyone change their mind on Gattis? Are we all pro Gattis? Sign a 10-year
If
contract.
we win, how do we have to win though?
We're not winning.
No. That's a good question. That's a good question. How do we win though? Do we win with 5 field goals, or do we put some points on the board?
We have to have a perfect game, like literally.
No. That's a legitimate question. We just can't win with defense, and then I say I changed my mind on Gattis.
Just win, baby.
We have to put up a shit ton of points.
Because you get paid as an offensive. You get paid as an offensive coordinator to put points on the board. That's what you get paid for. So if we win 15-12 and it's all field goals, no, I don't change my mind on Gattis.
You know what? Listen, Zoe, I'm with you on not wanting Gattis, but I also understand Chris's point of view, and I'll have to say, is some of this Gattis hate just off of the fans like being impatient about wanting to win?
Coach Coop been knowing me for damn near 11 years now. I never push a coach out the first year. Never. I don't push a coach out the first. I don't
not even Dan Enos?
Not even Dan Enos. I didn't push him out the first year. I don't like Gattis' coaching style, and I don't like his personality. Period. I don't like his coaching style nor his personality.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate him throwing the players under the bus in that interview.
I didn't like neither. I don't like either one. So I've always given. Mario wasn't even my first choice to be the head coach. He wasn't my first choice.
Can I tell you guys something?
Sure.
Mario did not like the way that Gattis handled that interview either.
I bet. I've been wondering since I heard this. I just heard it today.
They had a discussion.
Guaranteed. Based off of
he's telling facts. No, Coach Coop is telling facts because Coach knows people in the program.
Look,
I know.
Be careful.
I do not. Look. I swear this is not to boast. I swear on it. I talk to plenty of people. That's just not the type of channel that I run. It's too. You have to walk a fine line, right, with things you say and don't say, and stuff can get out and stuff.
Yes, sir.
But I feel like I can say that it's safe to say Mario had a discussion with him. He did not like the way he worded some things.
I got some phone calls from a couple of players, and a couple of the people on the program, and Mario was livid with Gattis at the press conference and the way he handled those kids in the locker room.
He was.
And this is why I'm saying.
Tell him it's like the worst team he's ever coached or something.
Yes.
I mean, there's.
I would not. And coach will tell you, one thing I'm not going to do is lie. I have the recording. I will not release that recording.
You know what? If we want to fire the coach, if we want to fire Gattis, if everybody's up in arms over culture issues or how he's treating the players or something like that, if it's fact-based, like I might disagree or agree depending on what we're talking about. I mean, I haven't heard whatever happened. I don't know what it is. But that to me, I could almost get behind it. You know, if he's just not on board culturally or something, there's fact behind it. Let's just stop talking about how he's not putting up enough numbers with like one starter left in the first 6 months of his tenure it just I don't know. I just don't.
What is your
No, and
what is your name, ma'am?
Just really
What is
quick.
your name, ma'am?
Really quick.
Who am I speaking with?
Listen.
Just let me clarify in the chat. People are thinking I'm referring to what Gattis said in the locker room. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what he said in the interview, the press conference thing. I'm not talking about what Gattis said in the locker room for what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Just for clarification.
And what I'm saying is, I'm looking at like a few other people said, it's not just missing players and this and that. It's his whole style of play calling. It's like he brought a Big Ten style of play calling to a team that doesn't fit that style. I don't care if we were all healthy. That team doesn't fit that style.
Bro. It doesn't fit what Miami. It doesn't fit what Miami used to be. But
it doesn't fit what Alabama is now, or Georgia, or Clemson, or any Southern team doesn't fit that style. That's a Wisconsin style of play.
Okay.
And that's what I don't like. On the goal line, you bootlegging right and throwing left. Like what are we doing?
Now
it's plays like that.
What if that is what Mario wants us to be?
That's even scarier.
Now,
Don't say that,
look. Now, listen, because people are going to say, well, you have to adjust to the guys you have right now. I get it. But there is kind of a line where you have to start installing what you're trying to be.
Yep.
And then you start bringing in those recruits that do effectively run that. And then you I'm just saying, I'm trying to look at, all angles here.
If Mario wants that, we paying him $9 million a year. We're gonna be stuck with that for a while. We're gonna be having these conversations for a long time.
I mean, at the end of the day, none of us are in the locker room and we're not in a team meeting, so we don't know everything that Mario's thinking and what he wants.
No, he was coach was saying, "What if?" And I mean, because it could be. I'm hoping that's not what he wants.
Mario wants to win. I mean,
yeah,
he wants to win. You know, he felt that loss when we got blown out by FSU. He was a player here.
Oh, is that the one after?
To him.
Is that the one where he said I'm pissed off and he said it's tough ass sledding?
Yes, very much.
He lost it a little bit after that one.
I don't know. It's just the vibe I get from Gattis. I don't know. I can't explain.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it is with me. I don't. You never met somebody you just don't like. I just don't like him.
Well, how much of it do you think could be that he's been at this place for 6 months and every fan in the country is calling for him to get fired because you think there could be any of that? Not saying what he did was right, by the way.
Not with me. I'm a different person. I don't listen to the fan base. Actually, a lot of fans they come on my channel just to argue with me. They don't like me because I'm different.
I don't know. Was they tweeted at him like they the coach a die the other night?
I said no. This is what I said, and I'm saying, and I'm probably right now. I might be the only black guy in the chat, and I said all Black Lives Matters except for Josh Gattis. That's what I said. Wow. That's what I said. That's what I said.
Wow.
Like I'm being honest.
Yeah. Here's a question for everybody. Or go ahead, Joe. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Wait,
right. But here's a question.
Go ahead.
So let's say we end up with a methodical run first, pass second offense that's completely different than anything I've ever seen Miami have. Mm-hmm. And it's not flashy and it's not showboat and it's not the run and gun exciting offense. It's the boring, but we're winning. Is everybody happy or is everybody miserable because that's not Miami's way? That's not
the dubs, man. Whatever.
I want to win. I want to win, but I want if we're winning, I don't want it to be a whole bunch of ugly small wins to where I know for a fact if we get in the playoffs we're getting blown out.
Now I will Notre Dame did. I do think that you can win football games with that style of offense. It's not only just airing it out like
exactly. I want Art Browse. I don't care. I know everybody going to. I want Art Browse.
But to answer your question, Chris, I'm in the same boat. If we're winning, I don't care. I don't care if we run the ball every single down. I don't care. If we win.
Zoe makes a good point though, because playing competition in the ACC versus like if we were to make the college football playoffs, it's a different caliber of teams. I mean, we all know the ACC's weak.
But see, again, I think some of that is going to come down to us playing catch up with everything else, where we're so far behind these other programs.
I know
Can a run
it's gonna take
first
time. I wasn't
team?
expecting us to be a national championship contender in year one. I just don't think Gattis is the guy.
Can a run only team beat Georgia?
Run
If we
first
develop the
or
trenches.
run first or run only?
Yeah, just basically run, just slow, methodical run, try to control the ball and beat Georgia.
We got to build our trenches. We got to have a healthy line and get these guys like Magoa and Samson Okunla and these guys in and build up the O-line, and then we can be a run first team for sure.
Yeah, but you have to be able to throw the football.
Yeah, well,
you really do.
Be able to throw the football, but if you're a run first team with a O-line of third string players, you're not going to be able to be a run first team.
You know what? You know the scary thing about being a run first team is being in second and long, being behind the sticks. So if we're a run first team, we better be averaging 4 yards a carry on first down.
Hey, look at Tennessee, man. Look what happened when Tennessee stopped playing, because it was typically like 3, maybe 4 legit, real, like in their own little, a whole nother level than everybody else, right? Teams in the U.S. Look what happened to Tennessee when they played Georgia. They were flash. I mean, what is it? 50% of all their possessions ended in a touchdown until they played Georgia.
They couldn't muster much of anything.
Yeah. So, I could sit here and argue. And again, I'm a Miami fan, and I love back in the day, I love the fact we were throwing the ball all over the place, and I'd love to see.
But we were also running the ball too, like you said. We were great at running. Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, Edrin James. We did both.
But it was a speed thing. It wasn't a trenches game. I mean, that was what made the Miami-Nebraska type game so fun, is we had all the guys that were running like, our O-line was probably 280 pounds, but they ran 4.4s, and then you got into the Nebraska guys who are like 380 pounds or whatever. I mean, it was just a different style.
But
I just want us to be competitive and win. However they want to build the offense, that's fine. But it's not even just an ACC championship. I want to get back into the whole college football playoff.
National level, right?
Plus, my friend made a bet that we would make the top 4 of the college football playoffs at some point in the rankings in the next 5 years with my other friend for $50, and I want him to win.
I can say this right here. If we run if we want to talk about a running scheme, the scheme that we ran is the same scheme that the Denver Broncos ran, running type scheme, which was his own run scheme that they ran with Terrell Davis. If that type of run scheme, I am all on board with. That's the type of scheme that we ran when we were flash and dash. We ran that zone run scheme. If we can get into a scheme like that, that's almost what Georgia still runs. They still run that same thing, but they just that number 19, that tight end, he's just a freak of nature. I don't know what lab he was built in, but he wasn't born. He was built. But yeah,
I just don't know under 3 years, right? Like, let's say he wanted to build. We don't have the players for like, if the Georgia offensive coordinator came here and wanted to build the Georgia offense here, we don't have the players for it. But so we don't even know if the exact scheme that Gattis has run and that scheme, by the way, I do totally disagree with people that have said that he hasn't made any changes. Like, we went.
No, he has made changes.
Tempo to. I mean, he's of course every week he's got different players lining up on the offense because half of them get hurt. But
he's made changes. You're right.
We don't know. Like, next year, once he gets some more people in, does it look the same? Or is this kind of like the first step in a progression moving toward the offense that he sees or that Mario wants us to have? And again, none of this, I'm not a big Gattis fan. I don't know anything about the guy. But until I can say this coach or this set of coaches or these 2 people, at least one, if I can't name one person that could do a better job right now, I struggle to say we should fire the guy.
I can say this right here, and I'm pretty sure Coach might not say it. I'm pretty sure he's heard it though. I can say this right here. If Gattis has one great year at Miami, one great year at Miami as offensive coordinator, he's going for it. He'll be hired as a head coach somewhere. So it's going to be a start over regardless.
That's what I was saying when he got hired before the season, is that we might get him for a couple of years because he's going to get hired as a head coach, but not after the season.
I was going to say there were a lot of people that anticipated with all of his awards and all this stuff coming in that he was a one and done, is what a lot of people kind of thought. But I will say that I do think that it's kind of tough to say that because it's only his first year here, but I do trust Mario, I think, to make the right decision, because if Miami means as much to Mario as he says it does, he knows that if he fails here at Miami, they're not going to invest that level of money ever again, probably. He and literally has to succeed.
He has to. And he will.
So with that being said, I do trust him, I think, to make the right call with this.
He will. And like I say, if Gattis gets brought back next year, and like I say, if he gets brought back next year, and this is why people say, I know a lot of people say they don't want Ponce, they don't want Ponce. Listen to me.
I don't want Ponce.
and I understand that, but I'm just saying, just listen to me. If Gattis fires or leaves for a head coaching job or whatever, I'm gonna say it first right here on your show, Coach. That's the guy that's gonna be the next offense coordinator.
Maybe analyst when I coordinator.
I don't think Ponce has the experience to start running an offense in the ACC. He had 1 year at App State.
That is a Mario guy. He did learn a lot on the last. That's gonna be the next guy.
I think we're done with the hopefully. Based on the salaries that we're spending, I think we're done with the we're going to give this guy a whirl who's never done it.
I could be wrong.
I think with the dollars we're throwing around, but I'll tell you,
I agree with Chris. I agree with Chris.
Go ahead, Noah.
No, I said I agree with you. I think with the amount of money we're spending, I don't think this is a time where we're going to start experimenting.
Yeah, and
I believe they're grooming him. I believe they're grooming him for that position.
Yeah, but not after a year or two. There's too much money involved. People, boosters, and fans, and everybody wants to win sooner than later. It's not the time to start experimenting.
I agree with you. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of having him as the head OC either. It's just it's from what I'm hearing. That's what they're grooming him for.
It's because he ran the spread. He ran a version of the spread at App State, and we had some success with it. With last year with the up tempo, but I mean, hopefully that's not for many years that they're trying to promote him.
From what I promise you, from what I'm hearing from some people that
I believe you. I'm just hoping that's not anytime soon.
Oh, see, it is tough because can we at least admit that a lot of times us Miami fans get stuck in the past and we focus on the past so much.
That's all we have to hold on to.
Again, though, it's like we said, when we're talking about the type of offense and stuff we want to run, even if we want to get back to saying like, well, we want to lock down South Florida, we got to keep all those guys home. I agree to an extent, but I also want to branch out. Like that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But
was Shockey from Florida? Nope.
Oklahoma.
Ken Dorsey wasn't from Florida.
Ken Dorsey, California. It bugs me out when they say we need a coach who understands Miami. Jimmy Johnson's from Oklahoma. I don't know.
I mean, Mario understands Miami. He played here, but Mario. That's the one thing with Mario we don't have to worry about is recruiting. The dude knows how to recruit. We just need to figure out what the system's gonna be and get some of the next couple of recruiting classes in here, and we just need to see progress. Like, we were bad this year. If next year we can start beating the teams we're supposed to beat. And, you know, I was going to say compete for the Coastal, but the Coastal's not going to exist anymore. But just get better. If we just continue to get better every year, we're going to win the ACC in a few years. If Mario keeps recruiting like he's doing and we're able to develop these players and not have 20 million people injured, as long as we're seeing the progress, I think fans will be happy. Nobody was expecting it to be this bad this year.
I think
we have 5 linebackers coming in. I think all of them 4 and 5 stars.
Doesn't it make sense, though, in that scenario to retain as many people as possible now that we have a baseline and then we see what happens next year?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. But like I said, it's just the vibe.
I think they're. I think they're going to.
I see what you're saying, but
I think they're going to retain everybody except for Gattis.
Yeah,
me and Zoe are on the same wavelength with this. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. But I agree with Chris also. I see where Chris is coming from. And 2 weeks ago, I was saying the same thing. If you go back and watch the live stream from 2 weeks ago, I was saying we should keep him for a couple of years.
Jordan is done. Jordan got pissed. He said, "I'm out."
I don't think we're gonna. Listen. I don't think it's our choice to retain him or not, though. I really believe if he comes back next year and sets the world on fire, he's gone.
Oh, like for another job.
You're talking about Gattis?
Yeah.
But Chris is the only level-headed one here. Me and Zoe are just going based off feelings.
Yeah, I'm going based off, but I'm also going that I know for a fact that he's going to get a head coaching job if he comes back next year and does everything that Chris believes he can do. Come here. I mean, the offense is great and everything. I'm gonna love it, but now my feelings are gonna be hurt because I know he's gone. And then
two things. I didn't say I believed he's the answer and he's the holy savior and everything will be great next year. I don't know the guy. I'm just saying I don't think we should fire him after 6 months of working here. And
I understand that.
Yeah, but here's my question. I mean, I'll tell you what I'd like to see, and I don't know, Coop. I can't wait to hear your opinion on this. What do we have to do to take our fucking tail out from between our legs when we're talking to people like Florida State fans? Like, I would, if I had an opportunity today to trade places, they get the coaching staff we have, the investment being made there, the brand new stadium being done. They get all this shit that we're putting together to go really build our program. And then we get to win this year instead of them. We get to beat them really bad. Even if it was like 60-3, we get the instantaneous gratification of beating them. And we get their half-ass coaching staff in the same old-ass stadium. Is there anybody here that would really take that?
Yes.
I wouldn't make that swap. Okay.
No, not take that. No, I think.
No,
see,
I wouldn't.
What I think about Florida State fans, I just leave it alone. My brother's a Florida State fan. I have a lot of friends are Florida State fans.
Let them
have their time in the glory. They beat us down. They took us to the woodshed. I don't even comment when they say something on the channel. I let them have it because, hey, it's bragging rights. Right now they have the right to brag. Let them have it.
What?
Yeah, I mean listen, it's a rivalry. It's a rivalry. No, it's a rivalry game. They do it. We do it on Twitter and coach on Twitter in the summertime. When it comes to Florida State, Miami, it can be a tennis match, and it's gonna be Florida State, Miami. So just let them have it. I mean, that's all we can do is let them have it. I mean, let them talk to their blue in the face. Let them talk to their blue in the face. You won. Okay. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right. You beat our second string. You beat our backup players really bad.
Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations.
I will say it is funny because 2 years ago when we beat them 52-10, their excuse is that Norvell wasn't coaching that game because he had COVID.
Yeah. So but we killed them all over Facebook, Twitter. We gave them literal hell.
So again, my question for the group, right, isn't sure they're going to talk all sorts of mad shit, and I don't care, right? But why is it we're sitting here, and for a whole year, our fans have been all upset, and we feel like life sucks, and tail in between the legs about how shitty our situation is, and woe is me. When we got what we wanted, we're building. We finally have an opportunity to build something. We've got
we're
an amazing coaching
finally.
staff. We're investing finally. We're getting a fucking stadium. Who here
is that actually happening?
I don't think that's happening.
2025. Okay.
I don't think it's happening. They don't. Then Tropical Park don't even have you can't. It's one way in, one way out. They're gonna have to. If they build a stadium, it's gonna take 15 years to get that shit situated.
No, look,
Everyone talks
for
about
me,
the traffic. The traffic is horrible leaving Hard Rock Stadium.
Yeah. So if Tropical Park would be like, it'll take you 18 hours to get in and out of there.
For me, just to be honest, I'm bitching and moaning and complaining just in the heat of the moment. Like after we lose a game or something like that. But overall, I'm just being honest. When I step back, like, I'll even give you an example. Like after the Florida State game, I was like, damn, we lost to Florida State. Are you freaking kidding me? Like I was so mad. People were looking at me when I was walking to my car and stuff. I'm screaming and yelling. But then the next day, I was like, think long term, Coop. I'm like I said, we're building the 6-story, $250 million facility. We're bringing in these big guys. We've got a decent recruiting class coming in. Like I'm in it for the long haul. Like I'm bought in, and I'm gonna still vent and complain when we lose because it still sucks. I'm gonna come on here and whine and cry and complain, but at the end of the day, I'm happy with what we have coming up. Like when you were talking about trading places, like with FSU and that stuff. No, thank you. No, sir.
Thank you.
I'm not interested. It does still suck to suck right now, but long term, I'm actually pretty optimistic.
Hey, Coach, you texted me and asked me was I going to the Florida State game?
Yeah.
And I said no.
That's all you said. You just said no, and I was like,
because I listen. I felt like we were gonna get our ass whooped. Right.
Look, Zoe, I had to sit beside a Florida State fan. I was gonna invite you to come sit beside me, and you left me hanging with a dang drunk off his butt Florida State fan.
Coach, I said, Coach, listen. I was like, after that 4 field goal game, Coach, I wouldn't have made it out of the stadium. We would have been fighting coming out of the stadium, Coach. I wouldn't have made it out of the stadium. I said, I'm not driving all the way to Miami again for this game. I'm not going.
I made a bet with that dude, and I had to do their little chop at the end of the game, and it was super embarrassing because there were a bunch of Florida State fans that were gathering around and watching me. It was bad.
I'd have had you come sit with me, Coach. I'd had you come sit with me, man. I actually gave away my ticket. I gave away my 2 tickets. I'd had you come sit with me. But no, I didn't. Listen, I get emotional. I almost got in a fight at the Alabama game. Because I was in my feelings and this guy in front of me was talking shit and turned around and he said F the U, and I was like, oh, let me. I don't want to be in that moment with them Florida State fans. I don't want to be there. And I knew that we were gonna get like I didn't think it was gonna get beat like that. But this is why I'm gonna go with everybody saying the injuries and everything. I just knew we didn't match up well against them for this year. And so I'm a season ticket holder. So I gave my ticket. I gave both of my tickets away to some young kids who wanted to go to the game, and I let them enjoy that tobacco. But I watched it from home, and I felt a little better that I can get in my bed that night and go to sleep. Well, I didn't sleep much, but I was at least in my bed, not in the hotel room. But
Melissa, you were going to say something.
The worst part of that game, the FSU game, was freaking cleaning my car out after, because it rained at the end of the night, and I my parking pass is in Maroon Lot, and so it's all dirt and grass.
Yeah, it took me an hour to get to Melissa's tailgate. It was like, what is it? You said the Maroon Lot? It's
the
like
north
along
side.
the
It's the
edge.
north side. It's the north
I'm
side.
in the yellow lot. I'm in yellow.
Yellow's where I parked.
Yellow was a bit more spread out, but
yellow is all the way across. Like you said, it took them an hour to get to you.
I thought you
yellow
couldn't tailgate in yellow because everything said no tailgating, and as soon as I
you
pulled
can
up,
tailgate in yellow now.
Everyone was getting grills out and tents and stuff. So
you can tailgate in yellow now.
Okay.
You can tailgate in yellow.
We left in the third quarter, and me and my friends were just drinking outside and playing cornhole, and it started pouring. So we had to quickly, because we didn't put the tent back up, so we had to quickly throw everything into my trunk. And because it's all gravel and grass, my friends tracked in all of the dirt and grass into my car. It was like a tsunami of dirt in my truck the next day. I was so annoyed, but I was too hungover to clean it up. So it sat in my car for 3 days until I had a day off from work where I could go vacuum it. But it was disgusting. And then I think a spider got into my car. And so I'm driving home from the gym the other night. And while I'm driving down Miami roads, I'm trying to kill a spider on the inside of my windshield.
Hey, Coach,
That
do me
school
a
probably
favor,
thought I was
Coach.
drunk, swerving, trying to kill it with a tissue.
Hey, Coach, do me a favor.
What's that?
Ask me next year what games that I'm not going to, so I can just give you the tickets.
Hey,
Serious.
I try to pick 1 or 2 to go to at least.
So pick a couple games to go to, and so I can give you the tickets. Because there are a lot of games that I don't go to, and I give away season tickets. And I give them away to people that really don't deserve them.
Yeah.
And you really enjoy it. So let me know what games that you're not going, because we both travel. I travel from South Carolina. You travel from Tennessee.
Yeah, so it's 14 hours for me. It's probably about the
My
same
friend
for
that
you.
I have season tickets with travels from South Carolina, so he only comes down for a couple games a year. So I told Coop too. I was like, yo, next year if you want tickets, I always have extra because I have 2 seats and my friend gets 2 seats. So
Yeah, I have
not
2
all
seats.
of my friends are as hype as me and my friend are about going to every game. So
Yeah, don't pay for no more tickets, Coop. Just stop doing that. I got you on the tickets. Got you on the tickets. She
Oh,
got
man.
you on the tickets.
yeah,
What
we
about-
both do, man.
I gotta ask Jordan, how was the tailgating in Hurricane Lane for that game?
Off the chain, dude.
It was pretty
Off the
lit.
chain.
I know.
gotta go to Jordan's
I know
tailgate
Jordan
next
parties
year.
hard.
It was lit like a Roman candle on 4th of July, dog. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. If Miami decides to join the SEC and they come and play LSU here in Baton Rouge, since they ain't done it since '88.
Okay,
You know what, man?
Gonna be a throwdown.
can I ask you guys something off topic? That's
Yes, sir.
That's football related, and I'm mentioning this because LSU is playing Georgia in the SEC championship game. Who's winning the Natty this year?
Georgia.
You think Georgia repeats?
Yep, I think Georgia beat LSU by 21 points easily.
I'm not prepared to make that statement until I see Ohio State play Michigan.
Georgia.
What does that tell you? The battle of the 2 teams who haven't played anyone.
I want to see how they look. Right now, I would say Georgia because it's the SEC and Georgia's look the best. But I'm interested to see the Ohio State Michigan game.
I'm
sure.
looking at the
I can
chat
say this
too.
right here.
You guys, let me know. Who do you think? Who do you got?
The only way Georgia doesn't win a national championship is if RoboCop get hurt, number 19.
Well, what happens if LSU beats Georgia in that SEC championship game?
That means
I don't see
RoboCop
that
got.
happening.
If LSU beat Georgia in the SEC game, if they beat them,
Easy.
Georgia still gets into the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're still getting in.
But then
Right.
what happens with Tennessee? And then man, it's gonna be crazy.
And if TCU remains undefeated, and assuming the winner of the Ohio State Michigan game wins the Big Ten, then
Georgia just beat the brakes off Tennessee, so Georgia's definitely gonna get in. And then they're gonna do whoever beat them. They're gonna do them the same way they did Alabama last year. Like listen, I can't doubt Georgia no more. As much as I don't like their YouTuber, Kirby Smart, his last name is who he is. Like I just can't see them losing right now. They're a wrecking ball right now, and they do everything well. Like I don't know anything that they do bad. They do everything either good or great.
You know what made them good, right? I know what made them good.
What?
I posted that video last year titled "Stetson Bennett is a loser." After that, they won the national championship. They're undefeated right now.
Hey, can you post a video about Jakari Brown like that? That way we can just get this rebuild on the move.
Coop, don't do it. Don't do it, Coop.
I did I feel kind of bad now looking back. Whenever I dissed Mark Richt when he was here, when I did that run pass punt diss track, and then he ended up leaving, getting fired. Whatever happened. I feel kind of bad now.
I dissed Mark Richt before we hired him.
I remember.
I told people I watched him lose to every good coach in the SEC East. When Steve Spurrier came to South Carolina, he beat him. Missouri first 2 years in the SEC, they beat him. He no disrespect to Mark Richt. He is a good coach against bad teams. He is a horrible coach against great teams. That's who he is. So I did not want.
You think
him.
Were you happy we had him after his first year?
No.
I'm gonna learn a lot about you.
No. You know why? Because Manny Diaz won every game for us except for Notre Dame.
I'm gonna be honest
Yeah,
though.
hang on. Forget the wins. Or go ahead.
Huh?
I was just gonna say I'm super thankful in the end for Mark Richt. To be honest,
oh yeah,
I mean he got the ball rolling on so many things.
Yeah.
Put up 100 million. I wish put up 100 million. A million of his own money for the indoor practice facility stuff.
That's not what he did. That's not what he did, Cool. He didn't put up that $1 million. He put up that $1 million so he could hire his son to be the offensive coordinator. He just paid his son's salary. That's all he did.
I mean, look, I get it, but I mean, we did, man. I know we got stomped in the end, but he took us to the ACC championship game. Like, I mean, I'm still thankful for his time that he had here. Honestly,
I can say I'm thankful, but I'm not gonna give him too much credit because he didn't do too much better than Al Golden, to be honest with you. And you know why I can say that? If it wasn't, just think about it right here. If it wasn't for the sanctions, where we forfeited the ACC championship game, hell, Al Golden won the ACC Coastal. Al Golden won the Coastal.
I think it's hard to look at any of the coaches and say that they sucked.
Al Golden won the Coastal.
Interesting. It would be really interesting to see Al Golden. What was the guy's name before Golden? The former coach.
Shannon?
I think that was the former coach.
Randy Shannon.
I wasn't a big Randy Shannon fan, but Golden I was pretty stoked when we brought him in. But if we had put the resources that we're putting in now in play with any of those coaches, it'd be a pretty interesting scenario to see what if we had gone to any of those coaches and said, here's an extra whatever it is, $25 million a year you can spend on your coaching staff. What that would have looked like. I mean, it's
no, and you're right, and that's why it goes without saying when I mentioned that Mario has to succeed. Like it will be so bad for this program if Mario cannot right the ship and they dump this money into it.
I mean,
Randy Shannon had the work outside of Al Golden. Randy Shannon was handcuffed the worst because he was the one fighting Donna Shalala to get Nevin Shapiro off the sideline. And he did not. He knew he was a crook, and he was fighting him. Instead of him being able to coach the team, he was trying to get rid of Nevin Shapiro. The kids were listening to Nevin Shapiro and not him. And he caught a raw deal. He caught a raw deal, and you can go look at the thing that they put up about it. But he told them about Nevin Shapiro way before that stuff happened, and they didn't want to listen to him, and that's what happened. So he kind of caught a raw deal.
I try not to hate on Al Golden because he stuck around even like when he first got hired, and then all of that Nevin Shapiro stuff happened, and he stuck around. So I try not to hate on Al Golden. I don't
hate on Al Golden at all. I think if Al Golden would have fired his brother-in-law, how the defensive coordinator, he probably would still be the coach here, to be honest with you.
Hey, real quick, let me do some cleanup duty here right quick, and then we might go till like 1 a.m. if you guys are cool. It's like 15 more minutes. Cause
I'm at work till 3 o'clock. So.
All right, I'm having fun with this
I got to be at work at 6, so I'm okay.
liking the conversations here. I do need to there's someone trying to pop into the show with the username GatorD. It's telling me, my man, that devices are not connected. So it's saying you have to, I guess, give permission to your mic at the very least, or possibly a cam, and then I can bring you into the show. So I just wanted to let him know I see you in the back room, but it's not letting me bring you in until you do that.
You say he had to, hey, Coop,
yeah.
You say that Gator fan had to get permission from his mom or his mic?
Yeah, that's what he said. No, his dog won't let him in.
Oh,
okay. Wait, while you're doing cleanup, can I do some cleanup? If y'all read my name at the bottom, I'm like 18 followers away from 1,000 on Twitter.
Close.
So hit me up. I will follow you back. There we go.
She tweets some pretty cool stuff from time to time.
Hit me up on Twitter. Hit me up on Twitter, and I'll try to send you some. My Twitter name is the same thing, Alonzo1219. So it's easy.
So let me.
I can't see it right now because I'm on my phone. I can't make it make it too much bigger.
Let me give a shout out to Delo53 who I hope he's still here. He came through an hour ago with $10. He said we might be past this conversation. Let me see what it says. Considering that during the game I was predicting Gattis's calls 80% of the time, and I'm not a fan of him, I say leave him in there another year and see what he does with more depth and new blood. So yeah, we kind of discussed that, D-Lo. Thank you for the 10, my man. Same thing. I am not pro Gattis. I don't think Chris is I don't think anyone in this room is a huge fan of Gattis.
It's a vibe.
Me personally, I would like to have some consistency and see what he can do next year. I also need to kick somebody's butt.
What's your name again, young lady?
Me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Melissa.
That's the hoodie chick.
The hoodie girl.
Melissa.
When you see the hoodie girl referenced, it's Melissa.
That's me. Yeah.
Hoodie girl.
She's famous.
Okay.
I'm not famous.
She is. Don't listen to her.
I'm with Melissa.
But let me also real quick give a big shout out to the man who is on the screen. I'm gonna have to kick his butt. I'm gonna kick Chris's butt. That's probably not the response he was expecting. But thank you, Chris. I appreciate you, man. Because again, I appreciate the conversations and stuff and the going back and forth. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Coach Hayes, who was in the building. Love me some Coach Hayes. Yeah.
What?
Everybody,
the man, the myth, the legend.
Everybody wants to bring him in, but I don't know if it's getting kind of late. I don't know. It might be past Coach Hayes' bedtime. I don't know. So
yo, we need to get Hurricane T2Y in on one of these late night talks too, man. I love his stuff. It's so funny.
Yeah, we'll bring him in here sometime.
Tough, man, that's tough.
I think Gator D got his stuff fixed. Let's see. Gator D, what's up?
This ought to be interesting.
Is he a Gator fan?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who this is actually. Are you there?
I'm here.
What?
Hello?
Hello?
Bueller?
Gator D, are you there? I'm not sure. Okay. Maybe try it again. They might be having problems with their mic or something. So let me know, though. Let me know, Gator D, if you want to pop in here. I'll try to bring you back in. So I'm going to be honest. I don't even.
I got a good one for you, Coach.
All right.
I got a good one. All right. Now, my two favorite teams, just setting the groundwork here, are Miami and whoever is playing Ohio State. All right. Because I fucking hate Ohio State. So the question is this: which
any
is better?
true Miami fan does, by the way.
Yeah, I still stand by the best hire we can make is to hire whoever it is at Ohio State that bribes all the referees every year. But best player by far. My question is this: which is better, for Ohio State to get beat by their rival, Michigan, or for them to win but then get into the playoffs and get destroyed by a real team like Georgia on a national stage? Like, which scenario is a better one?
Can I answer that first?
Sure.
Let Michigan beat the snot out of them.
I agree with Jordan. I say let Michigan beat them, because then if they get destroyed on the national stage by like Georgia, everyone's like, oh, well, Georgia's the best team in the country, blah, blah, blah. I'd rather have them lose to a lesser team.
I agree. Also, I'm in the same boat. And also for me, because if that does happen, I hate seeing it waste a spot in the playoffs. Just personally.
I mean, it doesn't matter either way, because they'll still be ranked number 2 or 3 next year, no matter how bad they get beat or whatever. But it's always interesting to me that, because I think the Big Ten is such a pile of dog shit, and they don't play anybody. They just play each other. And then every year, at least like 6 out of 7 years, they play whoever the best team is in there. They come in and they play a real team, Clemson, Georgia, whoever, and they get destroyed.
Which does make me excited about the expansion for the playoffs. And by the way, Chris,
I'm going to become a TCU fan this year, and let's get some new blood. And half my family's from Texas, so why not root for TCU? So
there is a giant Ohio State fan in the chat, by the way, because I know him personally. So I'm kind of.
Does he know who the
Can you
Does
ask
he
him
know
to give
who
us
the
our
person
national
that bribes all
championship
the
back?
referees is?
I'm waiting to see if he has a response. I don't know if he's actually listening or if he's got the volume up on the stream, but he's in the stream right now. So
I think I'm the only one who does not hate Ohio State because I would have took that win. I would have took the same. If roles were reversed, I would have took. Would you have not? I'm gonna ask everybody the question in the chat. That question: if that call would have went our way, if roles were reversed, and we would have got away with a call, but we have still taken that championship.
Well, of course, but here's the difference. Here's the difference. I should let everybody talk, but I can't. This is like dear to my heart. I fucking hate these people. So here's the difference, okay?
Chris needs a beta blocker. Coop, lend him a beta blocker.
Metoprolol.
You have two types of Ohio State fans, okay? You got one type that I get it. Yeah, that was a bullshit call, but we won and cool. And yes, I think all of us here would be. It's the ones that want to defend how somehow
I got you.
That was a real call. I mean, that's the ones that.
Yep.
They're, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest though. I would be like, sometimes calls go your way, sometimes they don't.
I will say, I got into an argument.
What's the last call that went our way?
None. Actually,
I got into an argument with an Ohio State fan on Twitter a few nights ago because one of those sites that covers college football posted like the top 10 teams since 2000, and they had Miami 01 at the top. And then number 10 was Ohio State 2002. And someone wrote that it didn't make sense that Ohio State would be number 10 if they beat the team that's number 1. And I was like, buddy, go check the NFL draft of the list of players who got drafted before the 2002 season, and then get back to me when you actually can talk college football.
But see, that's why
I got heated.
That's why I blame our players and Larry Coker and our coaching staff, because we were way more talented. It shouldn't have even came down to a call. We should have beat them just as bad as we beat Nebraska. It should have never. We went. I don't even know if we practiced that week. Then we did an Irish practice. Damn, what a studio! What a studio! What he got back there?
McGahee getting his knee blown out. That was a big thing. But I think McGahee
blew out his knee.
Quarter, when he got his knee blown out, that was a big thing. But Larry Coker, I think, is the worst coach. He was the worst thing that happened to Miami football.
That was the downfall of the program.
Yeah,
Joker the choker.
He rode Butch Davis.
I'm trying to figure out what type of
3 years.
What type of ESPN Star Trek studio he got. That's a studio.
That's to do with the voice.
Oh yeah, Traveling Fools. Wait, here we go. Everyone quiet. Everyone quiet. Okay. Other than Traveling Fools.
What's going on, guys? How's it going?
It's that radio voice.
Is it the voice or is it the microphone? Like, what in the hell kind of studio there?
No, it's his voice.
It's actually got a lot to do with the face too, though. You know.
So you got a radio voice and a TV face.
Would you guys believe that I once raced this man in a 40-yard dash and he was dressed up as Bigfoot?
In the snow.
That's a story for another day. In the snow, and someone fell and cracked a rib.
Does Lance Leggett know he forfeited the race against you and that you won?
He does not. I'm waiting to make it like a really big deal. I'm gonna make a whole video about it and call him out and stuff.
I think somebody asked on one of the streams or something, and I was like, no, he forfeited.
He
forfeited.
won
that race.
I was gonna race him in the Caneswear parking lot, and he was a no-show.
Dang.
So
he may not have known.
He knew. What's going on, Traveling Fools?
Not a lot, man. Just been finishing up some work and listening. Thought I'd pop in and just say, hey, man.
See, I'm not the only one working. I'm not the only one working on a Sunday night.
I'm amazed at that studio. What in the hell?
It's just, it's the bar. I don't know, man. I just threw a couple microphones up and, you know.
Yeah. 18 microphones, 17 monitors. That looks amazing, man.
No, I'm jealous about Coop's studio. I've seen it. It's sweet.
It is. Hey. I just have a whole bunch of memorabilia that in my little man cave that I have all my everything that when I went to games and stuff like that. That's all I have, you know.
That's cool. Now, you said you were going.
That's about all I got.
You said you were going to go to the Clemson games, though.
I'm going to tailgate and watch the bar. Go to the bar.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to the bar. I don't want to be in Death Valley when the game is over. I want to be driving back to Columbia. So I want to be driving back to Columbia, but yeah, I think I'll be there. But I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic. Actually, for real, I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic.
Not me.
I'm gonna say Gattis is going to call his best game in the history of him coaching football.
What
He's
is
gonna
with
call
the
his best
180?
game.
I'm pretty sure
I
Zoe's
he airs it out, man. It's because of Chris. It's because of Chris.
I think
Chris.
Zoe's being sarcastic.
No, it's because listen. I listen to people. I have to. Chris talked me off the ledge. He talked me off the ledge. I have to listen to people. I have to be reasonable. So even I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic. Gattis is gonna call the best game in the history of his in the history of him coaching football, and we're gonna put up 21 points and hopefully win.
If we only score 21, we're not winning.
Maybe
I'm
the
just
defense.
saying it right now.
Maybe the defense can have maybe their quarterback get hurt.
No.
Maybe we can hurt the quarterback. Maybe the defense can. You know.
I know how the internet works. I have to plug in a disclaimer here. Chris is not a huge fan of Josh Gattis. I need to make that known because people will take any and everything out of context.
He just talking me off the ledge. I was about to commit suicide, and he heard it in my voice.
Well, here, let's figure something out real quick.
Oh.
Traveling Fools. We just spent 3 hours bitching and complaining about Josh Gattis, comparing him to a bunch of different. 30 minutes for Melissa.
And I did a 2-hour show today, bitching and complaining about Josh Gattis.
Do you want Josh Gattis canned at the end of the 2022 season?
That's so hard. I mean, watching his offense is as bad as watching paint dry. It's very
You're pretty
like.
much with the rest of us. Then.
But at the same time, I'm tired of hiring, firing. It's I mean, I've been listening to, and there's no.
You could defend both sides of the argument.
Right, exactly.
That's how I feel.
People pretend like you can't be both. You can. You absolutely can.
I think one of the main reasons, though, whether he's successful or not, if like I said, I look at it this way: if we keep him next year, and he has a great, just say it hypothetically, we win the ACC and go to the playoffs and lose in the playoffs, right? Saying that happen.
You're talking about next year?
Next year.
Okay.
It can happen next year. We have the talent, and like I said, we're missing some linebackers, but it can happen next year. We have the talent to win the ACC Coastal, and we have the talent to win the Coastal.
Okay. No, there's no Coastal next year.
Well, saying we get
Melissa, I was gonna. Oh.
All right. Just saying we have the talent to get into the playoffs because they're expanding the playoffs to 8 teams next year, right?
Is it 8 or 12?
It's 12.
It's 12.
12?
So saying
is that next year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
so saying that we can get into that 12th spot, and we can get in there into the playoffs, right? And Josh Gattis calls a great year. He's gone. He's gone. So either way, whether I want him fired this year, if he have a great, or we fire him next year, or he has a successful year next year.
We need to get rid of all our coaching staff because if Kevin Steele locks down every team we play, and it's amazing, and he has the greatest year on earth, his ass is going to leave and go be a head coach.
I'm going to disagree with you on that. I mean, the reason why I'm going to disagree with you on that is
I'd rather that happen.
Kevin Steele is 70
so well that they become Nick Saban minions and go off and head coach other places. But I would love for that to happen.
They don't hire too many defensive coordinators right now. It's not as head coaches.
Head coach somewhere else. He's too old.
Yeah, that's my thing with Kevin Steele. And a lot of defense coordinators, you look at what Brett Venables going through right now. Like, they don't hire defensive coordinators as head coaches anymore. It's very rare that they hire a defensive coordinator.
Hey,
Offense.
I was just going to say, let me tell you
hired.
that the age thing does matter a little bit when it comes to recruiting because DVD is killing it. One of the things Cormani said is he said DVD gets it. Like, he's in with all this social media stuff and the things that all the kids are into. That does matter a little bit sometimes.
And Kevin Steele can barely turn his phone on right now, probably. Can barely turn it on. Probably can. He probably trying to figure out what button to hit now.
No, but I like Kevin
Coop,
Steele
I see that.
because he says program instead of program.
Yeah, I like Kevin Steele. But
I see that in the comments.
You just think about it. Like I said, it is so much easier. Like I said, they're already talking about Gattis as a head coach. So we're gonna lose him regardless if he get fired or if he has a great season. He was supposed to be one and done this year. If he has a great season next year, if we don't fire him this year and we keep him next year, and he has a great season, he's out of here. He's going to be a head coach. So we're gonna be this coaching carousel, at least for offensive coordinator. And offensive coordinator coaching carousel is gonna always have a coaching carousel of offensive coordinators because today's football is about offense. And if you have a great offensive coordinator and your offense does great, a school is going to call you as a head coaching job. That's what's going to happen.
All right, hey, man, as much as I want to have fun arguing about how it's going to really suck for us and we should fire Gattis now because if he has a really good year next year, he'll leave. Let's go back to your first thing. Hey, let's go back to your first comment. If we have a really good year next year, as an example, we win the Coastal, even though there's not a Coastal next year.
We finished in the top two. We finished in the top two of the ACC.
Yeah, I know, I get it. But what happens if we go 8-4?
Gattis got to go.
3.
Gattis got to go. He's my scapegoat. I don't care.
As a Miami fan. As a Miami fan. There you go.
So I've been with you the whole time, but I disagree with you on that.
Yeah, so
I understand.
I think if there is improvement, I do think you keep him.
Yeah, if there's improvement next year, then I will get off my vibe. But if
we go 8-4 next year, I don't think we have no improvement on offense.
Sidetrack really quickly. Jordan is rocking the jersey over a hoodie style, and like kudos to Jordan. That's like my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the regular schedule program. Go.
Take Gattis out of the equation. I'm saying as a program, all of us sitting here, are we happy next year going, man, we're moving in the right direction if we're 8-4?
No.
Is that a shitty year and we got to be –
No.
And I think you represent 80% of our fan base.
Actually, the fan base hates me. Coach, the fan base hates me. Coach Coop will tell you they do not like me because I speak – I look at the games and I speak about what – matter of fact, the game yesterday, there were 2 holding calls. Everybody saw the first one. They didn't. Number 12, they didn't see the second one on that scoring drive when they held him coming around the defensive end, and that was on that scoring drive where they scored their first 7 points. I watched the whole game. Listen to me. We are not an 8. Our talent level, even with these bad linebackers that we have, with these linebackers that we have coming in next year, there is no reason for 8-4. There's no reason for 8-4.
But what if we end this year?
You can't put the hopes of a whole program on freshmen.
What if we end this year at 5-7? If we lose to Clemson and Pitt, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of variables to look at, right?
If we lose to Clemson and Pitt, to me it depends on how we lose. If I see improvement on the offense and we lose to Clemson and Pitt, and the offense is good, I can say keep Gattis. If the offense is good.
There is one good thing about going 5-7. There would be one good thing. We wouldn't have to go at the end of December and watch us lose another crappy bowl game.
Yo, but on the flip side of that, you go 6-6, assuming we lose to Clemson and then we somehow beat Pitt. You get a whole nother month of practices that would be very valuable for this team. So yeah, people don't want to see us play in a shit bowl game and possibly lose. But I think those practices are very, very valuable.
I know. Right. I was just making a joke.
No. I know.
I had originally said. Go ahead. Sorry, Keith. I was just going to say, I originally said I didn't want a bowl game, and I have since retracted that because I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I will say, I know a lot of people want to win now, but especially with how bad this season has been, assuming we go 5-7 or 6-6 or whatever, if we go 8-4 next year, I'm totally okay with that progress. I mean, obviously, it depends on how we win some of these games, but I want to see improvement in the players. If Jakari's our starter next year, is he progressing with his downfield passing? Is our offensive line getting better blocking? Is our run game improving? Is our defense getting better? Things like that. I don't expect this next year to go and win a natty. Hey, if we can compete for the ACC title, that would be great. But I don't want to have another 5-7 season next year.
I don't think we should have a 5-7 season this year. You know what I look at?
I didn't think we should either, but I didn't know we were going to be this bad.
We were talking about our best players being out, right? Do you know that, if you look at over the past 10 years, we've averaged a top 15 recruiting class, right? We've averaged a top 15 recruiting class. The only teams in the ACC that's been close to us is Clemson and Florida State. This is my problem. Losing to inferior teams. Like, we lost to a Duke team this year with a first-year head coach. First-year coach at Duke. A first-year head coach. And they average in the 60s in recruiting. So even if we had hurt players, to me, that's a coaching issue. You can listen. We have more talent on Miami than every team in the ACC except for. I'm talking about by far, even on the bench, by far, than every team in the Coastal. So when we lose these games, right? When we lose these games, how can you lose these games and accept it? When you can go look at the talent, the teams that we play, these teams recruiting in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we're recruiting top 15 talent. And we're still getting beat. I can't accept that. I don't, there's no reason why we should be getting beat by Duke. I can see North Carolina, but by Duke and by Savannah State and by the other team, there's no reason whatsoever. We just said we beat a bad Georgia Tech team. We lost to a bad Duke team with a new first-year head coach. Out-prepared us, out-coached us.
Yeah, but how can we say we got out-coached in Duke when we had 8 turnovers?
I understand. But it's still
coaches did it. They out-coached us.
You're gonna coach the players. Hey, don't fumble the ball. You can
obviously they're not teaching them how to hold. All right,
that's the players.
Prime example with Knighton, right? Even last game, right? If I'm the running back coach, I'm teaching him how to hold that damn football in his hand. He got to walk around the school with that football. I'm teaching him. Coaching teaches him how to hold the football. Even the last game, he had to running with the ball loose. That's coaching. These are things that you do. You let these kids know that you can't do that. And if you do it, I'm sitting you down, right? Listen, we have way more talent than every team that we played against, except for Florida State, Texas A&M. We've been more talented than every team we played against this year.
All right, hey, two things. One, I think your data is a little flawed.
It's not flawed. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up.
Hang on.
Before you say flawed, pull it up.
Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what he's got to say.
Right? So you're talking recruiting out of high school, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you taking into account the transfer portal?
Yes, sir.
That's in that spreadsheet. So we know all.
No, that's not a spreadsheet. But if you look at our transfer portal kids compared to Duke transfer portal kids, compared to Virginia Tech, all the teams that we lost to this year, except for Florida State,
okay,
and A&M, way more talented. Transfer portal and all, not even close.
And we've done a good job with the transfer portal, right?
Yes.
But I don't. When we say we're the top 15 recruiting classes in the U.S. every year, I don't know if that includes transfer portal.
We were actually the transfer portal. Everybody started doing it the way we were doing it.
That is very true. Yeah, Manny really got that going.
And we got Kobe Young out of the transfer portal this year.
All of our best players are pretty much on the transfer portal this year.
And this is why I'm saying that the teams that we've lost to is no excuse. Because we are way more talented than those teams.
I thought that we recruited all those 4- and 5-star South Florida athletes.
Yeah. Yep. Matter of fact, I think Duke had 1 4-star. We had, I think, 30 something. Like that's crazy. So when I look at and can't nobody tell me recruiting don't matter, because if it did not matter, we would not talk about it. So if we're this much more talented, how are we? I can see winning close games, but how are we losing these games?
Well, look. So listen. Look at our schedule this year, right? We got the 2-0s with Bethune and Southern Miss, and then you got Texas A&M, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna chalk that up and say I won our debate on that when I showed you that our top 4 producing
I expected us to lose that game.
Players.
I expected us to lose that game.
Yeah, but it's 17-9, and in order to lose that game like that, again, with our top 4, take the quarterback out, top 2 running back, top 2 receivers couldn't play. It's 17-9, and we coughed up a damn. How many times did we?
That fumble by Stevenson killed us. That fumble by Stevenson killed us.
Right?
Killed us.
So
he shouldn't have been back there,
right?
though. Who put him back there? He should have never been back there.
But see, this is the man.
He's never returned punts before.
Who are you going to put back there?
Offense.
Huh?
Our red zone offense wasn't the greatest either.
But Stevens never been. He's not returning a punt. He hasn't returned a punt since.
Well, again, that's so the coach made an adjustment, but you got to look through, and this is where and again, I
will give you the A&M game because they have more talent than us too. I give you that game, but what about the Duke game?
And they're even worse than us. They have more talent than us. They had the #1 recruiting class last year. Yeah, they're like what 3-6 or something.
3-6. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll give you that game because I wasn't expecting to win that game. I'm talking about the game that that we're supposed to win.
Hang on. Then you got North Carolina.
Okay.
Right. Again, we still have a bunch of injuries, and it's getting worse because we started the A&M game with 4 players down, right? And then I think we lost 2 more in that game just on the offensive side.
And you notice I didn't mention North Carolina neither because they're good.
Well, and it's wild to think we lost to them by 3, and they're 9-1 right now.
Yeah, that's why I didn't mention North Carolina because Mike Brown can coach.
So but that's a part, and
that's the 2 losses
to me. Listen, our coaching staff for the first kept us with A&M and North Carolina where we were with damn near almost half and then more than half of our offensive players, starters, hurt.
You're proving my point for me. So when we're fully healthy, we get beat by Savannah State, Southern Miss high school, and we get throttled by Duke at home with the new first-year head coach and a whole new coaching staff, who has nowhere near
everything.
TVD got hurt in the Duke game.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen to me. Listen, I understand what you're saying there. Listen, I understand what you're saying.
What happened at NC State?
Listen to me. I understand what you're saying there, right?
Quarterback and they lost 2 games.
TVD got hurt in that game, but still, at the end of the day, we should have blew them out. We should have beat them. Like serious. We should have beat Duke.
So here's what you're saying. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
We started a Duke game, and I might be off by 1, with 7 starters out. Started the Duke game with that.
Mm-hmm.
Then our quarterback gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And because
still
we lost that game.
Still should have beat them. I'm being honest with you. Talent level, we still should have beat them. I'm being honest. Like talent level, we still should have beat them.
I could agree with that. Our second string should be on par with Duke.
Thank you.
I agree. I agree with both sides of this as well. I mean, I see
there's no
both,
reason we should have lost that game.
No, we shouldn't have lost any of those games except for Texas A&M and
Duke is 6-3.
North Carolina.
Now, I will say Duke
They
is
put
better
up more
than
points against Virginia Tech than we did.
And that's because their coaching staff right now is doing better with their kids than our coaching staff is doing with ours.
Oh man.
I
go back.
They have
I go
less.
back. Just tell me
They have
one
less
team.
talent to work with. They're doing more with less.
One
Am I
team.
wrong?
Just give me one, and I will admit I'm wrong and I suck. Cannot be Alabama. Just take Alabama out, okay? And you know what? For kicks, let's take Georgia out too. Alabama, Georgia. Take those two. Name another team where I can take out their top two receivers, their top two running backs, their 4 of their offensive line, and their quarterback, and they're going to be doing good. Just give me one team.
One thing I'll say, there's probably a lot that would beat Duke, but I agree with you too, Chris. That
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about.
We should beat Duke, but I don't think
I'm
it's
not
necessarily.
I'm not talking about North Carolina laws.
Well, yeah,
I'm not talking about the Florida State laws.
Listen, I agree with that part of it, but there's a lot more wrong with just the coaching. I mean, they don't have any kind of vibe. They got no swagger. The offense, our defenses, except for the Florida State game, has kept us in every game basically. There's not a game that we couldn't have come. But our offense is in shambles, and I don't necessarily know that there's two different things it could be. Maybe Gattis is horrible and sucks, or there's a huge disconnect between that offense and what the new coaching staff is doing. And it goes to the vibe, and the vibe is crushed. So that's why I say with the whole Gattis thing and all that, I think it should be. I mean, he should at least have enough time to get in there and create what he's doing. Because the upperclassmen, I don't think they bought into this program. The offense of this program, they do not. They liked going trick or treating with Manny Diaz on Halloween, and they liked hanging out with their buddy and doing the nonsense
and scoring touchdowns. Because what's name broke records last year.
Well, no, I agree. I don't think they should have fired Manny. I don't think they should have hired Manny. I don't think they should have fired Manny. But at the end of the day, I think we have improved with our coach, but we at least got to give him a chance. I mean, I'm not ready to kick Gattis out yet, just to see. I mean, let's see. Sure, I'm not happy with the season. It's been horrible.
I know for a fact, like I say, if Gattis have a great year next year, congratulations, he's gone regardless. If he have a great year next year, if he has a bad year next year, he's getting fired. If he has a great year, he's going to be an officer. He's going to be head coach.
Right. I'd rather have a good year and him get fired than fire him now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be back next year. He's not going to get fired this year.
No, I don't think he is.
He's not getting fired this year. He's going to be back next year. But the year after next, he's not going to. So what we're doing is trying to figure out who's going to be next offensive coordinator. Because if you have a great year, he's gonna get a head coaching job. They're trying to find him one now.
Chris looks like he needs a drink.
Chris.
I want y'all to know though, this is what this series is built for. This is what it's supposed to be. Is college football fans, primarily Canes fans, because who else is going to hang out and talk college football at almost 2:00 in the morning other than crazy Canes fans? I got to be up in
2 hours.
Yeah. But I wanted it to be that we can debate and we can go back and forth. And at the end of the day, we all shake hands. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like friendly banter, fun. Like, I'm enjoying this, man. Yeah, exactly.
There's no disrespect. I respect everything Chris is saying. It's just
I love this, man.
I think everybody just sees we just see things too different. I already know that Gattis is going to be back next year, so I'm not calling for Gattis to get fired this year. It's not what I'm calling for. What I'm calling for him is to hopefully learn how to coach the talent that you have. Great coaches learn how to coach talent that they have. Learn how, all of this. Wait until I get my players in. I think that is a bunch of crock. I hate that waiting till I get my play, because if you only have one system that you can run, then you're not going to be a coach for a long time. Like you have to be able to adapt to the talent that you have. And to be honest with you, the reason why Michigan has fell so far behind Ohio State, just think about it. They have fell further and further behind Ohio State because of the offense
They just
that they
beat
run.
Ohio State
They
last
beat
year.
him last
Are they
year.
falling behind
I know,
them?
but that was the first time in like how many years? That was the
It's
first
not
time in
their
how many
head
years?
coach, it's their offensive coordinator. It's not
No,
Harbaugh.
no, I'm saying, but that was
Everybody wants to get fired.
that was the first time in how many years? Like when I mean fall
Wasn't Gattis coaching
behind.
that offense?
All right, I don't think he was coaching it. I swear, I think Harbaugh was coaching it.
That's a big debate that I've seen. Is that was Gattis really calling the plays?
Yeah, I'm serious. And
Yeah.
a lot of people say he wasn't.
Let me say this too, though.
Can I say something real quick? Like, and I'm gonna get off. I'll say something real quick. Like, with Gattis, right? Why is it that he won the Art Bros Award, right? He won the Bros Award, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even fight to keep him at Michigan.
It's a vibe.
They didn't even fight. They ain't put up a fight to keep him at Michigan. Why?
Well,
Now, see,
the rumor was
go on.
that Jim Harbaugh might go to the NFL because like he took that Minnesota Vikings interview, and then they were saying that they were gonna promote someone that wasn't gonna be Gattis, and that started a whole thing too. And I'm just like, why would they not promote Gattis if he's such a great like? And then that kind of tipped my question, like, oh, what's going on there?
What was he? Does anybody know what he was getting paid at Michigan?
He's getting paid almost $1 million more at Miami than he's getting paid at Michigan, like $900,000 more at Miami.
Well, so you know, it does go back to the fact of, I mean, there is a chance that us Miami fans might think that some of these players we have are better than they are. I mean, you know, we've said it 100 times that, you know, it wasn't Gattis or Mario that fumbled the ball over and over. It wasn't any of them. So, and Zoe, you say, yes, it's coaching. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's all coaching.
Well, I know. At the same time, I mean, if you've made it as a college football player your whole life, and now you're playing for the university, any university, I don't care if it's Duke or Miami, you dang should know how to catch a football, or you shouldn't even be there. You should know how to run with a football. You should know how to do. I mean, are these coaches really supposed to go in and teach these kids basic fundamentals? No, they're not kids. They're grown people that have been doing this their whole lives, and that's why they're in the situation they're in. A coach shouldn't have to sit there and go, oh, my God, now I got to go back and do what we were doing in Pee Wee football when these kids are little.
So why do we hire this whole new coaching staff then?
Why did we?
Yeah, to teach to get back to the basics and teach these guys how to play football.
Well, I think it was to get the discipline back in it. And, you know, to that point, maybe some part of that is discipline. But, I mean, I think it was more to get the off-field, to get the mindset back to being not a, like I said, you know, hanging out with your dad, Manny, you know, like the dad that wants to be everybody's friend and not the dad. He was, I like Manny Diaz.
Mini Larry Coker.
Yeah. And I liked Manny Diaz as a person and as a guy. I wish he did great as our defensive coordinator for years. I wish he was still that and they had hired Mario then.
Is that football still? Is that football still?
We got Streeter.
Hey,
football in the building.
Give the man the floor.
What's up, Zoe?
Hey, look, here's what we're gonna do. Streeter's got boots on the ground. Streeter, we've been arguing about Gattis for 3 hours straight.
Just Gattis?
Give us the scoop.
Hey, I've been here for an hour.
Just Gattis? So how you feel about Gattis?
We don't like his vibe.
Not a Gattis fan overall.
Streeter already know how I feel about Gattis.
But
Streeter know how I feel about Gattis.
No, but listen, I think we got to give him another year to see to get some consistency and see how this thing plays out. What do you think?
Yeah, I think him and Steele. I mean, like I spoke to Gattis. I talked to him personally. I don't know if Gattis. I don't know if Gattis will be here regardless. Whether somebody fire him or whether he leaves. I've learned, you know what I'm saying? The closer I get to these these coaches and these programs, I learned so much, and it gets complicated, bro. Like some guys are from other places and they see football different. And you guys just think it's a ball, it's 2 goals in the field, and it's all equal. You know what I'm saying? But it's not, dog. It's almost as if like the coaches have to fit the environment. You know what I'm saying? Or the coaches have to understand where they're going. Michigan is different from Miami. Miami is different from Alabama. I think Gattis is a very smart guy, and I go out my way to support him. I know a lot of people who in the know that doesn't like what he do, but I think his back has been against the wall since go. Like they came in healthy, and then they started off fall healthy, and then everybody started getting hurt. But it seems as if everybody just I don't know. Everybody just points at Gattis. Nobody points at the offensive line, or nobody points at. And they all are struggling through injuries, but Gattis' name gets mentioned a lot.
You think his name get mentioned a lot because of the way he carries himself, the way he speaks, and a lot of the things that he does, his antics.
How does he come across to you?
He comes across to me as very smug, blameful, no accountability on himself.
I'm going to be honest. I personally think it's just fans watching boring offensive football, not putting up a lot of points. So they say offensive coordinator. I don't think it goes any deeper than that for 90% of fans.
For me, when I listen to him, I don't think I just don't think he fits. Like me, that's what me and what's it, Hoodie? I'm calling Hoodie. Okay, that's we kept saying the fit. I just think he fit.
Yeah, I don't. You saw this weekend, right? So he gets Ja'Carri Brown, a freshman quarterback, and all of a sudden he can call plays in the red zone, right? Everybody thought he couldn't play plays in the red zone. He manufactured a couple touchdowns. So I mean, the question is why he couldn't do it at Texas A&M.
Tech.
Yeah, they don't even have a coach.
Like, I mean, yeah, we manufactured touchdowns, but again, it was Georgia Tech.
We can downplay if we want to, but we lost to Middle Tennessee. We was in a dogfight with Virginia. We lost to North Carolina, so we are who?
Technically, we're kind of probably on the same level.
And we lost to Duke. And we lost to Duke. And we lost to Duke.
And we did lose to Duke, huh?
But at the end of the day, it's still Georgia Tech. They're still just as bad. So, I mean, yeah, and is a lot of that because of Ja'Carri? Like, do we have...
No, he's a freshman quarterback, so we got to put that on Gattis now. We got to say Gattis and Punch did a good job getting them prepared. We got to say all that bullshit, right? We say it for everybody else.
In the first and the fourth quarter, because in the second and third quarter, it was trash.
I mean, I don't think you look at football like that. Football is 4 quarters.
I know, but even the Georgia Tech coach was like, we got them figured out at halftime.
Can I ask you one question straight before I get off? Because I'm about to get out. I got to be up in like 2 hours. I'm going to ask you one question.
What's up?
If Gattis is gone, who do you think the next offense coordinator will be?
Yeah, I've heard a few names, but I hope Gattis isn't going. But I don't see how he could survive with the vibe that people have for him.
But who would you think? Who would you think would be the next offense coordinator? What? Give me one or two names that come.
Are you asking who he thinks would get hired or who he wants it to be?
No, who he thinks would get hired.
Everybody said it would be Punch, but I don't think Punch is qualified yet, huh?
Thank you.
And I agree with
you.
Right.
Please,
but no. I agree with you, but I'm just going by what I'm hearing. Is that it's Ponce? That's all. That's all. I didn't say that I wanted Ponce. I'm going by what I'm hearing. Is that it's gonna be Ponce?
I don't know. I think we have money now. I mean, we have money now. Why would it be Ponce? The only reason it would be Ponce is because we know Ponce maybe will stay here for a while.
And that's what I said.
Well, let's like
that's exactly what I said.
I admittedly said at the beginning when you asked me the question, I came on his offense. Gattis, it's boring as hell. It's absolutely boring. But would it be boring if the plays he were calling were being executed properly? If they were working, if those running, there's no execution. If they were catching those passes, if the line was actually blocking and creating the hole for the running back, to be able to get through there and actually make the runs, and they were making and executing the plays, would it still be a boring, horrible offense? Or at that point, would we be going, oh, man, this is awesome?
That's it. If we were winning and they were scoring, it wouldn't be boring.
Right.
It was boring Saturday.
You're right, but like you said, it's also fit, right? And from what it's like, if you have if you work for a guy that you totally dislike because you feel like he's always down on you, no matter how he executes, no matter what he throws, it might not work right. And the only thing I'm saying is, from what I'm hearing, I'm just saying from what I'm hearing, his vibe with those players and a lot of the people down there, this is from what I'm hearing. I'm not saying it's what I'm saying. What I'm hearing is that it's off. And no matter how great you are, how great you are, when people don't like you and they're not buying into you, that is gonna reflect on the field.
Well, let me ask you, what would the right fit be, and what do we need to do to get the freshman and sophomore offensive line players that we have playing, since all our starters are hurt, to like Gattis more? Like, what's the right fit for the backup O-line, all 4 out of the 5, for that to improve suddenly? Is there a scheme or some sort of offense we can do, or some cool?
I think it's his attitude.
I think it has more to do with the upperclassmen. I think there was some of these upperclassmen that really had bought into Manny Diaz. This is just my opinion on watching, and I think a lot of them really resented Manny getting fired. And regardless now,
they did, right?
Exactly, it wasn't a good fire. The way they did it just wasn't classy. They should have done it. They should have done it better, and I think there was a lot of resentment, and I think that carried over, especially with the upperclassmen that were basically the program Manny built, held resentment for that. And I think it's more on the offense than on the defense, because our defense has still done pretty well, but the offense has they have no heart. And I think as the younger players start playing and the new people start coming in, that we're going to see an improvement next year. I really do think that.
I think resentment, anytime a coach take over, there's resentment. I think that's normal. Think about what we're saying. We're talking about kids that when they left their high school, they thought they were going to be in college for 3 years and go to the pros. Every last one of them thought that. And after 2 years, the motherfucker comes in and say, hey, I didn't recruit you. This is a new offense. Here's a new defense. Your mom ain't here. You know what I'm saying? Your dad ain't here.
Right.
But
they are on Twitter.
You heard Rozier say Mark Richt came in and told him you will never play here. It'd be better if you transfer. He said that the other night on our space. So if Mark Richt, the Christian, says that to him, what do you think the crazy Cuban Mario says or Alonzo is saying to people? Like, and that's what you guys see on the football field. It's not X's and O's. It's morale.
Right.
It's the team unity. You have to be one to play a football game. It's like an army. I mean, you can't go out there like Cam Kitchens got 3 interceptions and then Seymour can't block this week.
When you can look at
one, it has to work together.
And you can look at Tennessee, who has obviously, beaten all expectations to death this year. But every game, they even lost the Georgia game and looked frustrated, and but they came right back this week, and that group of guys is out there just having a good time. They're having fun playing football. They're out there just in high spirits. They got the swagger going, and they're having a good time. And that's a team that has exceeded expectations. Right. And that comes from the player unity and everybody buying in, and you're an actual team.
Well,
can I say this? Can I say this right here then? Can I say this right here though? Manny was a defensive guy, not an offensive guy. Rhett Lassie was the offensive guy. Okay. So the camaraderie was with Rhett Lassie more than it was with Manny with the offense, because head coaches rarely ever deal with the offense or defense side of the ball. Manny would be more the defense than on the offense side. So this is why I'm with Gattis. This is my thing with Gattis is, are they not buying into him because of the way he is, because of the type of person that he is? I don't know. But from what I'm hearing, he is not a likable person.
He blames the kids in a subtle way. Even I was laying in my bed the other night and I had an epiphany. I was like, holy shit. Like when I asked him when he got here about the experience with the playoffs, he blamed the kids. He basically said, "Hey, when we got to the playoffs, the level of talent looked different, and that's why I'm coming to Miami because we can recruit that level of player." Basically, he said Georgia just had better players than him. That's what he said when he came here. I mean, that's his thing. I don't know if he has to fix that, or coaches don't do that because they want the kids to believe that they have their back. But he does it often. This last press conference, he just went in. It was crazy. Yeah. He just went in. But I don't know, man.
And that's been my whole thing. That's been everything I've said has been that.
Yeah, that is how he speaks. But I just can't get in. I just can't agree with from day one when he got here. People discredited him before they even knew who he was. Oh, Harbaugh was calling the plays. That's a lie. You know what I'm saying? He was the Art Bros Award. Oh, you know they just get that award away. They just discredited everything, and you got to ask yourself why. Before he even called the play, when he got here, people discredited him. Oh, he left because of this. No, he left because he got in his feelings and got mad because he saw they wasn't going to give him a chance, and he got up and left and gave him some choice words, which he said he shouldn't have did. But so
you think he gets in his feelings a lot?
Very much so, more than you guys can believe.
So can that affect? Can that affect young men?
Of course. I just think this series is a wash, though, bro. Like everything I'm sure Cristobal is looking at him saying, "My bad, dog. My offensive line fell apart." Because it did.
Well, and the running backs, and the receivers, and his tight end, and his quarterback. Right. I mean, it's the whole fucking offense is.
And I agree with all of that. And I'm not disagreeing with any of that. What I'm saying is, and I've been saying this, I've been on, is his attitude. His attitude.
He's not Enos though. Enos was a stuck up.
Yeah, Enos was a prick.
He's not Enos though.
I did hear that.
He comes across as Gattis comes across as a person that knows a lot. When we speak to him, he doesn't feel like a snob or anything like that.
Well, Streeter, if we want him to stay in 2023, just make sure Gattis does not log into Twitter for his own mental health, because
I'm just waiting for a player parent to tweet at him.
We did a watch party the other day, and it was like free shots every time Gattis scores. Miami didn't really like that shit, but and the motherfucker scored 4 touchdowns. I was drunk as hell. I almost had to call an Uber because I don't drink. I was like, what the hell just happened with the freshman quarterback? Y'all go out here and put 4 up on the board. 5 after Cam Kitchens running back in the session. I'm like, no, man, just fall. The club owner, like, he been outscored.
You should have put a disclaimer. No defensive touchdowns.
Our offense scored 4 touchdowns, and I was still getting pissed off at our offense during the game.
What was the final score?
35-7.
35-14.
35-14. Yeah, they scored that last touchdown.
Tech got one in garbage time.
You know that horrible thing that happens to every college football fan, not every college football season, but inevitably in your lifetime, this will happen. You'll have some really close family member, 99% of the time it's a female, that decides to get married during college football season. And I had to spend yesterday at a wedding and missed the game, and it just killed me.
I just would have watched it on my phone.
I would have watched it. Miami. Single. My man got married, but I made it to the game, but he got married like 10 o'clock that morning when Florida played Miami. But listen, Miss Cool, so you was watching yesterday's game and you was still mad at the offense?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting frustrated at the offense because we put up 2 touchdowns in the first quarter and then couldn't do shit for 2 quarters. And Georgia Tech's coach basically at halftime said they figured out our offense. And I was like, are we that predictable? And Coop can attest to this. I was like yelling, throw the ball, like the entire third quarter. I even did like a super chat saying like, imagine a QB actually throwing the ball for a change.
So listen. That freshman performance you saw, first start performance you saw, you're not gonna see that often.
No, I don't have hate for Jakari.
It's not about the hate, but it's about having a freshman quarterback and having to navigate that game.
No, I understand that you may tone
7
down
offensive
throws
linemen
because it's a freshman quarterback and it's his first
Behind the
start and all that
freshman
thing.
lineman.
But there was a point where they were stacking the box because they knew we were going to run the ball. Like eventually, you have to take the leash off and let him do a few things.
I think my frustration in the second and third quarter. I think my frustration in the second, third quarter was we ran 15 draw plays in the second and third quarter. I was just like,
why do you think so, Zo? Why do you think so?
I don't because we didn't do it in the first quarter. I mean, I don't know.
Because we were testing our backups on the offensive line.
Yeah. It's like okay, hike the ball, Jacory. Draw.
You can't help him lose the game. You know, it's his first time out there, right? So you don't help him lose the game, right?
You're right, but I mean, like.
So Streeter,
Street. You remember those little deacon dunks and those little quick routes and letting the playmakers do a little bit more of that. That was my frustration, is that they figured the offense out that they're just gonna run. But in the first quarter, they didn't just run. He was getting the ball to the playmakers' hands in short yard situation and letting the playmakers catch a 2-yard pass and getting 7 yards out of it. You know what I'm saying? And then that stopped in the second and third quarter, and in the fourth quarter it picked back up, the same thing.
How much were we? We were up by what, 2 touchdowns?
No, we was up 14-7.
At the half, we were up 14-7.
We were up 14-7. And if it wasn't for those interceptions, we probably would have lost that game, just to be honest with you.
I don't think
most of those interceptions were on near in their red zone.
We had 4 turnovers. Two of them was at the 1 yard line.
Yeah, I mean, we got out of there with our freshman quarterback, bro. Going into that game, I didn't feel good. We were underdogs.
Oh, I didn't think we was gonna win it.
Oh no,
we scored 2 touchdowns here. I totally forgot who the fuck we were the last 6 weeks, right?
Freaking Mallory scored on that first drive, and I almost choked on my beer.
Yeah, I think it was, and I can agree with you on that too, Streeter, and I can agree with Chris on that. I think it was, he trying to protect Brown a little bit. Yeah. I just think that he just got way too predictable in the second and third quarter. Just think he got way too.
Once we got up, now he's just trying to get out of there. Once you got up,
what do you call?
Now he's just trying to get out of there.
What do you call? You call some of the same plays that you called in the first and fourth quarter. You don't just run draw plays.
In general,
all right. Think about it. In the first 2 quarters now, in the first quarter, we didn't have no 3 and outs. In the fourth quarter, we didn't have no 3 and outs. In the second and third quarter, we had 4 or 5 3 and outs. Like just 3 and out, 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 3 and out. And it was all running the ball.
Let me tell you something that's amazing. See, because you got to kind of put it in context. 8 months ago, Jakari could not throw those passes, bro. Watching him throw those passes in a live game was like fucking amazing. Like watching a seal kick a goddamn soccer ball or something. Because he struggled when he got here, though. And what they're saying is that he's made the most strides out of anybody on the team in the last 9 months.
Is that why Gary said he would never play quarterback?
Yeah.
Did TVD get hurt, or did they just take him out?
He hurt.
Is he hurt?
Oh, he got hurt.
Right.
No, he's hurt.
Absolutely.
Oh, you didn't hear?
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not TVD, but shoot.
Garcia.
Garcia. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, Garcia got jumped. Garcia got jumped.
I don't think he got hurt.
So they just started the other. Okay.
No,
Okay. I was just
Garcia
curious.
threw that interception in the FSU game, and we never saw him again.
Okay.
He got jumped.
But listen, Brevin Jordan said Lashley offense was so simple that he could say one word and everybody knew what they were doing. And I think after doing that for 1 or 2 years, trying to convert to another offense, TVD struggled and Jake struggled. I think Lashley is a genius for making the shit so simple. Because you're teaching kids, I get it. But the guy coming from behind you is gonna catch hell. And I think that's what we saw. All Jakari knows is what Gattis is doing.
And like I said, I can keep saying this. I'm not upset with all of the play call. I haven't complained about really none of the play calling I'm upset with his attitude. Like that's what I don't. It's just that's what I can't get on.
You don't like the fact that
I'm kind of upset with the play calling. I'm not.
yeah.
Gonna
Well,
lie.
I can say
Zoe,
that.
Zoe
but-
doesn't like the fact that he yelled at him in the locker room, right?
No,
I mean,
no,
that's
I don't-
really
no, I
what
don't
this
like
comes
the,
down
no,
to.
no, it's not the yelling in the locker room. You got to realize Streeter done cursed me out a couple times on the phone. So we that's my brother. So I could take that. It's not that. No, I don't like the way he throws people under the bus. Like as a grown man, like I can't throw any of you guys under the bus for something that's not working if I'm considering myself a leader. The definition of lead is out in front. So you can't say I'm a leader, but then blame everybody behind you. And that's what he
So if he was winning,
consistently does.
Hey, if he was winning, or we were winning, you'd still want him fired over his attitude, right?
If we were listen,
It's
we
about his
won't be winning with his attitude. No, I don't think
No, but if we were,
if it was a fifth, if it was a fifth, listen, I've heard Nick Saban blame every referee and every other coach. I haven't heard him publicly.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I said I haven't heard him.
From them freshmen last year, remember?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he didn't go.
Called them straight
go
out.
in like that.
He didn't kick one off the team.
Yeah. I mean, but a lot of players get kicked off teams. But Gattis, like you said, even coming from Michigan, it's never him.
It's never him.
It's never him. It's always somebody else.
Never
It's
him.
never him. And that's my issue with him. If you are a grown man and it's never your fault, it's never your fault. It's always somebody else's fault. That's a problem. Like I'm gonna get personal. I'm gonna get personal real quick. Like I remember Streeter calling me when I was going through some things. And Streeter called me. And Streeter said, Lonzo, listen here, man. No matter what you're going through, this shit is on you. You putting too much of this shit out. This shit is on you. Call me. This is on you. I had to take that and be like, you know what? He right. I can't blame everybody for everything that's going on in my life. I got to take responsibility. But I think Gattis was raised as a single child and used to getting his way. He's a spoiled kid. And if it goes wrong, his automatic goal, even if he was right, his automatic goal is to blame someone else. And that's my problem with him. That's why I'm not killing Kevin Steele. That's why I'm not killing Mario. I watch those guys get up there and say, I have to do better as a coach. We have to do better as a team. I've never heard Gattis say, I have to do better as a coach.
I don't think that's that big of a problem. I think that problem is with him and his soldiers. Like that becomes a problem between him and them, not us. You know what I'm saying? Like coaches.
But I think that's why the offense is so bad though.
Nah.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but if you work on a job where your supervisor is consistently blaming you for everything, he's not gonna get the best out of you.
How did that look this weekend?
All right.
They did good this weekend. And I'm hoping they get better. I'm rooting for them to do good. Listen, I hope we can score 20-something points against Clemson. I hope we do better this weekend. I really do.
Hey, don't worry, Zoe. I'm going to be there, so we will score at least 147 points. That is my prediction. So I will be at that game, and with me comes good luck. So we are going to win this game.
So we need to hire you as a new Sebastian. You on the side at every game.
Traveling
and like
if we win this game because you're there, I'm gonna buy you season tickets next season.
Hey, that would be great. You don't have to buy me season tickets though. You just
I ain't going that far. That's too damn much.
But we'll go to a game. We'll all go to a game together next year if we win this one.
We should just have like the whole Coach Coop channel like in a section. Just like get a whole like couple of rows and like all the Coach Coop people just come to the game and sit together.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, Coop, what's the spread, Coop?
Streeter, I think Clemson's favored by like 19.5 at the moment.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen, man. Clemson.
Yo, if we can at
Clemson's
least beat the spread, I'd be happy with that.
And you know the bad thing. You know the bad thing. When this coaching staff got assembled, right? When this coaching staff got assembled, and y'all know I live in the Carolinas. The coaching staff got assembled, and we seen on the game, and I got a whole bunch of people at my work are Clemson fans, at my job are Clemson fans, and I had a guy come, so you want to bet on the game? I said, what you want to bet? Bet 100. I said, lock it in, and I locked it in.
No.
He got 300.
No, I'm telling you, man. Look, watch. We're gonna. I hate to be that guy. I don't like being the negative fan. I think we're losing by 3 or 4 touchdowns, and then you see the fan base blow up on Jakari on Twitter.
They're not gonna blow up on Jakari. They ain't gonna blow up on Jakari.
That's right.
That I'm talking about the blowing up on Jakari.
That's not gonna happen.
Assuming that he starts this game.
Oh, you wait.
It's his second game as a true freshman with, like Chris said, all of these injured
Come
players.
on, Melissa. You've seen Canes fans on Twitter.
You know why they're not gonna blow up on? You know why they're not gonna blow up on Jakari though?
They won't blow up on him yet. Nah.
You know why they won't blow up on Jakari right now?
Like, like when TVD was doing bad, everyone's like, "Oh, put Jake in, put Jake." Okay, Jake's doing bad. Put Jakari in, Jakari. Who are they gonna say? Put in Matoka?
No. Listen, Gattis has so much heat on him right now. Gattis is gonna get off. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Even if the defense give up 120 points, they're gonna blame Gattis.
You should make a T-shirt, Coop. Just say it. Just blame it on Gattis. You know?
No, honestly,
don't take mine. I already got mine getting made. Don't take mine.
Okay, sorry, man.
No,
Sorry.
honestly, if and when we lose, I hope it's not because of Jakari. Like, I hope fans find other reasons to blame the loss on whatever, because it's only his second game, and it's against like one of the top teams, not just in the ACC but in the country. Like, you can't.
I'm saying this because this is my brother, for real, but not just because it's my brother. I swear, and I'm being honest with you, Streeter's been around football. Streeter knows more about football, probably not. Got more about football than I know, especially Miami football. And I'm just being honest with you. We said, who can we hire as offensive coordinator? I guarantee you, with the connections Streeter know in Miami, Streeter could be offensive coordinator and talk to a lot of those Miami coaches and be a better offensive coordinator than Gattis. I'm telling you.
All right, I'm gonna ask a question, Streeter.
I'm dead serious. I'm for real. Just because he's around so many coaches, so many offensive minds down there that you're around, and you know these kids. I think it's a disconnect with Gattis and these kids. I really think it's just a bad disconnect. It's not a good fit.
Go ahead, Coop.
It's Chris. Can you think of a single offensive coordinator, head coach, I don't care, prior, like within the last 10 years, we'll give you lots to choose from, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been successful this year with the injuries we've had.
Chris just needs us on a recording, on a loop.
Name the teams, though. Name the team that we've lost to, though.
The Streeter, that shit, just let him answer.
It does matter. Competition matters.
When you say successful, what's successful? What you talking about? What's success?
Oh shit! I mean, what's success?
Would it be fair to say what some of the expectations were this season? I mean, we were picked to win the Coastal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
then we moved to Duke and Savannah State. I don't care. Anybody could have beat Savannah State. Chris, you could have been the offense coordinator. Would have beat Savannah State with all the players that were out.
Where is Savannah State coming from?
Yeah, what is a Savannah
I don't know,
State?
bro. It was like 15 injuries. It was like just on offense. I remember I had X make a list. No, it was a tough year, bro. You think
Savannah State got 5 1-stars.
You're talking about. He's talking about Middle Tennessee.
Yeah,
Middle Tennessee State.
Okay, I was confused.
That's what I'm sorry. Middle Tennessee. Matter of fact, Middle Tennessee State got blew out the week before. The week before they played us, they got blew out, and the week after they played us, they got blew out.
Yeah, because if we go losing to college in Savannah, that's good. If a bunch of nerds at SCAD beat us at football, then I quit.
To me, it's the same thing, though.
I'm throwing in the towel.
Middle Tennessee State got blew out the week before they played us, and then they got blew out the week after they played us.
Have they won a game since they played us?
I don't think so. I think we might be the only win on their schedule.
Yo, we were their season, man. They beat us. They're like, all right, let's fold it up.
Did any of the teams fumble 8 turnovers? I mean,
that was Middle Tennessee or Duke?
No, Duke. We had 8 turnovers.
Yeah, Duke. We had 8 turnovers.
And I don't care what you say, but if you have 8 turnovers. If you have 8 turnovers, you're not winning a football game. there's no way.
Though, man.
I think Manny and Lashley would have won the ACC this year.
Yeah,
that's very possibly true.
Yeah,
that's
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it has anything to do with anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Manny and Lashley could have won 9 games and could have basically won the Coastal.
Yeah, but Lashley
that's
wasn't
not
coming
what
back this year, regardless if Manny stayed. Lashley got a head coaching job, so
Right,
we don't
well,
know
I'm just
what
saying-
Manny would have done.
I'm
It
just
would have been
saying
a
that-
different OC.
I'm just saying in theory, if he would have stayed, I think they could have won the Coastal, but that's not what
With the
we want.
injuries?
Like, we don't want to just keep putting lipstick on a pig because the program just keeps going down and down and down.
Yep.
Right. And
That's not
another
what we
reason
want.
for that is the constant changing in coaching.
Like we had to know that we were going to have to go through something like this, right? It doesn't make it suck any less, but it had to happen eventually.
I think Manny had a ceiling. I think Manny had a ceiling.
He did have a ceiling, and that motherfucker was getting lower and lower.
On offensive coaching, though, on offensive coaching, we're gonna continue as long as no matter who Miami hires offensive coordinator, if they're successful, we're gonna lose them. So we're gonna always have a constant changeover on offense on offensive
That's any
coordinator.
college, man.
I'm agreeing with that. So we're saying we can't have consistent. Nobody's screaming for Mario's job and none of that. What I'm saying is no matter
You're
what.
not talking about a
anymore,
coordinator getting changed, man. You're talking about top down, the entire staff getting changed.
I have not one time screamed for anybody but Gattis. That's all I'm saying.
But why don't you hold everybody else?
You're talking about like how it used to. The reason we used to lose coaches is because we wasn't paying them.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying offensive coordinators are getting head coaching job now. That's where everybody's hiring head coaches.
Well, some offensive coordinators stay where they at.
Very rare though. Very rare. If they're good, they very. You know what happens? You get guys like Lincoln Riley, who was offensive coordinator, and they become head coaches and they call their own plays. Very rarely do great offensive coordinators stay where they are.
Coop,
if they're great, they're going to get a head coaching job.
You got to look at that one comment.
Which one?
Can I just say?
I don't know how to say it, but or even really want to try. But he says a constant changing of coaching has nothing to do with it at Traveling Fools. The problem is Coop doing diss tracks.
Here we go. It's only a matter of time.
Wait, can I just say, if we're losing coaches because we're succeeding, getting in new coordinators because we're losing coaches to head coaching jobs is a lot different than firing a coach because we're sucking. Because if we're winning, it's going to bring in more talent, and more high quality talent is going to want to come here.
Most definitely.
So that's apples and oranges with coaching turnover between them getting fired because we suck or them leaving because we're good.
Hey, I got a question for you, Streeter. And I'm gonna get off after this. I got a question for you. Is the talent in Miami as high school? Is it the same as it used to be? Is it better? Is it the same, or is it? Are we overrating our players coming out of Miami, or?
Is it the same? The same as what? I don't think anything stays the same.
I mean,
but I don't think anybody's overrated either. There's 2 players here that I think is a little overrated, but I don't see that often.
Okay.
Nothing stays the same. Like Brandon Ennis has the same fire as James Cook. You have your players in your spots. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Nothing stays the same. Same way our dad said that they were tougher, and it's just always the same argument.
They all walk uphill in the snow to school.
Yeah.
And...
The reason why I'm asking this is I haven't seen like a lot of our Florida schools aren't doing as well as they typically would do. And that's why I'm asking. Even the Gators, Florida State, I'm trying. Is it like when I look at, to me, college football, the best 2 states in college football is Florida and Georgia, Florida and Atlanta.
Where do the better players go? See, we used to get the top tier player. You know what I'm saying? Not the second tier player, and we went years And then our recruiting just turned into, hey, who wants to come? Who wants to come? And just by cruise control, we can get 4 stars. I think Mario is a relentless recruiter. I think he's going to fight for players, and I think he's probably going to bring in, win, lose, or draw, one of the best classes we've seen in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
And
I think that started with Larry Coker. I think I started with Larry Coker going to Texas and trying to get all those Texas 5 stars. I tell people a 5-star in Miami is totally different. A 4 or 5-star in Miami is totally different from a 4 or 5-star in South Carolina. Unless you're
It just was years and years and years of it slowly going down. That's just what, and then it turned into, in the end, it just turned into, we were actually afraid of the Georgias, afraid of Alabama. But Mario he's not having it. I mean, he's going to fight. He's going to recruit a different type of kid. I mean, and mentally, it'll be a different type of kid. Bigger kids. I didn't realize we were so small.
Oh yeah, you go to some of those games, and I've actually like been on the field during some games and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm not a huge guy. I mean, I'm 6'1", 190 pounds. But on TV they look big. But I've been there with some of the players and stuff, and I'm like, these guys are little. Like some of them, I'm like, this is not a big guy, really.
But now, back in the days with Miami, now our defensive line were never really stout, big guys. They were we depended on speed and strength more than size. Even on offense, I think Brian McKinney might have been our biggest offensive lineman ever. We ran a zone block. We ran the same scheme that Denver Broncos ran. They stole that scheme from us when they got Terrell Davis. That zone running scheme where you're getting your guys in space, one cut uphill. We've never been a team like Alabama or Nebraska where we lined up and manhandled teams. I think people look at it like back in the days, we would just run down people's throat. You think about it, like people talk about Willis McGahee. He got hurt against Ohio State on a zone run, on an outside zone run. We've never been a between the tackle offensive team. The only running back that I can remember being a between the tackle really was Frank Gore. Like we're a zone team. I think that's what Miami did, and they tired people out, especially when they came to Miami, because everybody would come to Miami so big and bloated, and by the second quarter that heat kill them, and they couldn't do it because of all the weight.
But are we trying to continue to be who we've been in the past, or are we doing something new and different and changing
I think
things?
Mario's doing a mixture. I think Mario's trying to do a mixture of both, because if you look at even the linebackers he's bringing in, they're big, but they're big and cut. They're not big, and they're not the Nebraskas. They're more like the Alabamas, but on the offensive line, on the offensive side of the line, I don't know if we can get as big as the Alabamas and stuff, like, because it's just so damn hot in Miami. I remember coming. I brought my daughter to Miami for the first time she came to Miami, and I actually called Streeter that day. My daughter, ROTC champion 2 years in a row, passed out during Cane's Walk. Passed out during Cane. It's a different heat. It's a different heat. I don't give a
Well, in that, let me say this, Coop. I was reading that one comment and you highlighted it. The one before the one you have now. What was it?
Let's see. I know which one you're talking about.
Right there
here.
with Hell Mel.
The about the players being overrated this generation.
Right. And with the comparison there, what you were saying, Zoe, is, I mean, I grew up in Miami in the 70s and 80s, and it's not the same. I mean, deal with the times, I guess. I can't say that I like it, but it's not the same Miami and South Florida and that it was then. And I don't know. I think Miami fans being on the whole hype train of the solvent to all of this is to keep the players in Dade County. Let's keep our. Of course, I like keeping them there, and I like doing that. But I think putting all your eggs in that basket is a bad idea, because Miami's changed a lot, and South Florida has changed a lot since we were on top. It's not the same mentality down there. I
it's
guess.
like we said, so many Miami fans live in the past. They think of the glory days. They want it to be the same, and it's different now. We got to approach this thing different. We got to change some things up, and it takes a little bit of time to do that.
I give everybody time, but Josh. I give everybody time, but Josh Gattis.
The great Miami players aren't from Dade County. Like they're not from. If you start naming the great Miami players, they're
right.
Not,
that's my point.
Aaron Reed from Louisiana. Ray Lewis is from Orlando area somewhere.
You have to go back way further. You got to go back to Melvin Bratton and all those guys.
Yeah,
right. Everybody wants to make this big deal out of stay at the crib, and everybody, and you're putting all your focus and all these people on Twitter. They just go insane with tweeting at these people like stay home, and they don't even realize that half of those people they're ruining their careers that they probably wouldn't even ever be able to have anyway. But you're filling a team full of there's a whole freaking world out there. Surely to God we can find somebody who can catch a ball.
well, I guess because the unique thing about it, you say you're from Miami, right? The unique thing about it is there's a bunch of talented fucking kids in a little small area. And those same kids, everybody want them. So that's the thing. It's not like people are just saying it to say it, but if you can get a team with Brandon Ennis and Jeremiah and Joseph Society Trader, you have to take it.
I look at
like you have to. You can't just say, "Hey, man, just go away just cause." I mean,
I agree with that too. When you have the talent, but I'm not talking about the 5 stars. I'm not talking about if you can get a 5-star quarterback out of of course, keep them at home. I mean, I agree with that, but you see how far some people take this. It's like we have to go out and look. We have to bring back.
You're referring to the Miami fans that are all we need are the South Florida athletes.
Yes,
period.
and you see that.
But those are the fans. Those are the young fans who don't remember, like Street has said, who don't remember, and like you're saying, who don't remember. Most of the great players, like. If you look like even our linemen, those great players weren't from Miami.
Exactly.
A lot of those great players weren't from Miami. So when I always seen Miami, I'm 46 years old. I'll be 47 in January. When I've always seen Miami, Miami was about, linebackers, defensive linemen, and skill players. Like our tight ends didn't come from Miami. Our offensive linemen didn't come from Miami. Our quarterbacks didn't come from. I don't remember a quarterback coming from Miami. And I posed this question to somebody. Everybody's saying like with Mario, even though he's a great recruiter, we need a guy from Miami to be. We need Mario because he understands Miami. He can bring Miami back. Answer this question. Name me a coach that's from Miami that won a national championship.
Well, and okay, let's say this as well. One thing that Miami fans don't realize, and I see this a lot. I do. I mean, I've known Coop for years. We've done YouTube, Twitter stuff together. We've done all kinds of stuff. And what I see is everybody has their own perception of what, like the Miami. What's the word for it? Everybody always uses it, like the vibe. Well, you're not a Miami guy.
Swag.
Well, swag, whatever, like, you're not this. Well, you don't agree with me on this, and you're not this. This is what it's supposed to be. Well, Miami's and the beauty of the city of Miami is the diversity of the city. It's the fact that this is this melting pot of people that from all different walks of life. I'm a South Florida redneck. I grew up in Tavernier Key. And that's me. I'm the old salt fishing guy. I'm 46 years old. But that's who I am. But I'm 4th generation Miami. And some people say, well, you're not. And everybody has their own perspective of what it's supposed to be. But what really is it supposed to be? It's a freaking melting pot of a bunch of people that come to this place. And I think that plays a part in the way that a lot of fans look at it. Like when you say, well, he's not a Miami man. Well, what the fuck is a Miami man?
Jimmy Johnson considered one of the greatest Miami men. He's from Oklahoma.
Right, exactly. And I've gone fishing with him. And it's fun. He's
Charles
cool.
Charles Farms got 2 national championships as a starting cornerback. He's from Texas.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
Ray Lewis is from Louisiana. Jeremy Shockey's from Oklahoma.
Where Ray Lewis from?
Louisiana. I mean, not Ray Lewis, Ed Reed.
Oh, help me out. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ed Reed. I meant to say Ed Reed's from Louisiana.
But you see the point I'm making,
Ray Lewis is like Central Florida, right?
I think when they say a Miami guy, they're just talking about from a football standpoint.
Yeah, they're talking about they're talking about this swagger. You don't have because you don't have that you have to have that personality. You have to have that. But then now you can't. Now a lot of people don't realize this here too. Look at back in the days when Jerome Brown would be able to stand over the top of a guy and shoot him a bird, and there was no flags thrown. And like people look at the swagger and all of this of the OU. That OU today wouldn't win it. We would be the most penalized team in the history of college football. We wouldn't win no games if they played the way they played back then.
Right, but they were able to do that.
Exactly.
Not get away with it.
Yeah,
because
they were able
nowadays they would throw the flag, but the only reason they were able to the only reason they were able to do that was because they were fucking good. And it has. I mean, you can't go doing that. You can't walk into the locker room with they have 6 guns shooting out, doing all that stuff if you didn't just do something awesome.
But
the reason they were able to do it was because they were good.
But today you couldn't do it at all.
Yeah, but you can still score touchdowns and win games.
Like how many penalties did we get? I can say last year there was so many penalties last year for like targeting that were not targeting penalties. It was like they automatically want to throw the flag on Miami already. Like I said, I seen the touchdown, and I'm getting off. I get off it. The touchdown drive that Duke had in that first half.
This man been talking about getting off since before.
I'm getting off. I gotta be working at 5 o'clock. I gotta be working at 5 o'clock in the morning. But this is fun. I gotta be working at 5 o'clock in the morning. The touchdown run, that touchdown drive, there were 2 big holding penalties on that drive that they missed. 2. If that was Miami, those flags would have been thrown. It's like they missed.
Such a good point earlier, right, about the Miami thing, like having to recruit for Miami, but it's like a lot deeper than that. I mean, we had to have our coach that came from Miami. We had to have our athletic coordinator, right, that came from Miami. It's like we're stuck in the past. And I think, by the way, Streeter brought up earlier that everybody hated on Gattis before he even got here, and I think it's because his offense that he ran in Michigan did not look like what we think our run and gun offense has to look like. So therefore, it's like anything that's not what it used to be 22 years ago when we were working it is bad. And we'll just fire everybody over and over and over and over again until somebody just trips over something and lands into it. So
Chris, if we
I can disagree. I'm gonna disagree with you on that, man.
Chris,
Gattis is the worst offensive coordinator we've had before Al Golden. Like seriously, every offensive coordinator Al Golden had was better than Gattis. Only
how
one that was worse.
How could you grade him though, dog? How could you be so sure to grade him after everything that offense went through?
Maybe listen. Maybe it's my biasness. Maybe it's my bias. I'm human. I don't like nothing I see from him.
Hey Zoe, I need you to do me a favor.
And I can change that. He can change that for me. If he wins and he does better, he can change. But for right now, for what I see, I don't like him. I don't care. I'm not changing my opinion.
A lot of people don't like him. I know some legends that don't like him. They think he got to go. But I just think he's been coaching with his hand tied behind his back.
Yeah, you have to give him
one leg.
You have to give him another year. You have to.
I didn't say fire him. I just say I don't like him.
All right, Zoe, I need before you go, because I know you've said you were gonna do that like 50. I'm just joking, but
leave me alone, man.
You gotta let me know where you're tailgating at the Clemson game, because I want to come by and say hey.
Get my number from Coop.
Are you on Twitter?
Yeah. I don't even remember my damn Twitter handle. Give my number.
So I can send it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. We get that because I'm going down there with a bunch of other YouTube people and Pigskin Pete and some other folks. So we got to stop by your tailgate, man. We got to stop by your tailgate and make a funny video.
I'll swing through. Yeah.
Which, to be honest,
I'll get it. Coop will hook me up. He won't forget.
I think we're gonna wrap this thing up here in just a second, guys, because we.
Hey, love you guys, man. Y'all can say I'm gonna get off. I'm off. Love you guys, man. Hey, y'all be safe, man. Everybody be safe, man. Love you guys and enjoy your rest of your evening, man.
All right.
See you, though.
Man, for real, like I'm very appreciative of each and every person that pulled up tonight. Like we normally do this from like 10 to 12, and it's 2:00 in the morning. So
yo, I'm like leaving work. I'm in my car.
See, Coop, something I've realized with this, and people give me hell about it. They're like, you start streaming and you go forever. I'm like, because it'll just keep going if you don't stop it.
Yeah.
Like you have to just say it's over because it'll just keep. Somebody new will come in here in a minute. The whole thing will start over. We'll ask them what they think about Gattis, and this whole conversation will happen again.
I knew once Streeter made an appearance, everybody would be jumping in line to talk to him. So I had to prepare myself.
Oh, I thought everyone would jump in line to talk to me. I didn't know I was getting outdone.
No, they could last. They could last forever if you just. I don't know why the time goes so fast when you stream. I don't
because
know.
You're having fun. Now, Melissa, did you get your Twitter to the 1,000 yet?
No, I'm at I think I got 16 left or whatever. But
okay,
apparently everyone who watches this show apparently already follows me or isn't on Twitter or just doesn't care.
Yeah, I'm looking now. There's 94 people watching this show right now. Melissa has her Twitter right there at the bottom of her picture right there. There's 94 people watching. I guarantee 16 of you have Twitter and are not following
I think it's
her.
16. I'm driving right now, so I can't look.
It's 16. I'm looking right now.
I
already followed you. I'd do it again if I could.
The
cooler Mel B.
Yeah, come on, Streeter. You ain't following Melissa yet.
Yeah, come on. Let's get the girl to 1,000 Twitter followers.
She got kicked out of a Miami Hurricanes basketball game for being too lit.
What?
Watch Coop's Virginia preview video. And I explain how I got kicked out of a basketball game.
And you got Jordan up in the corner at South Coast Kane. You got IOD squad. Streeter got the number down there in the bottom left-hand corner there. Y'all check my man out. And what about Chris and Traveling Fool? Chris, are you even on social media? Because I tried to tag you on some clips from these past couple shows, and I can't find you on Twitter. So
yeah, I'm not on Twitter.
Okay,
I guess I need to.
That's smart decision. Smart move.
I'm literally driving through Miami while we're having this conversation right now.
Where you at in Miami?
What?
Where are you in Miami?
In the border of the Gables and Kendall, South Miami area.
Stop into Keg South and grab a burger.
Is anything open at 2:15 in the morning? Why is this Target?
Twin Peaks. I just came from Twin Peaks. Okay, I'm gonna push you to 1,000. I'm gonna get 16 people to follow you. All right.
All right. Here's what we'll do. We'll link it. We'll link it in the chat.
Look at this.
So that we can make it happen.
I can't even drive into my apartment because this Target truck is blocking the area.
Yeah, hitting 1,000 followers on Twitter is like a really cool thing. It's hard to do.
There we go. We posted it up. If we can't hit it with me putting the link straight in the chat, I don't even know what to think about
exactly.
Football family, man.
Exactly. 92 people still watching. There's the
Streeter. How's the best way for them to learn more about IOD Squad?
Actually, you can go follow the YouTube. It's investor.youtube. Investor. Or they can just send me a text 786-405-9499. Just send me a text, say IOD Squad. We do one-on-ones, and we have a Discord with 230 people in it. What's up?
Cool. I got you.
I appreciate that, man.
We'll link everybody up, man. That's what it's about, man. It's family around here. We chop it up. Sometimes we go at each other, but it's all love, man. We take care of each other. We're family. So that's how we do things around here.
Appreciate that, man.
So
did y'all enjoy Saturday? Y'all enjoy Saturday? Because we haven't felt that many times.
Yeah, man, I felt good. Honestly, people got pissed because I was celebrating because they kept reminding me it was Georgia Tech. But I was like, man, I'm gonna enjoy the win. Like, I mean,
we lost to Middle Tennessee.
That was my argument. I said we were also supposed to take care of MTSU. We didn't. We were supposed to beat Duke. We didn't. So I'm gonna celebrate, bro. I went and got some celebratory Taco Bell right after the game. Great day. Great
Diablo
day.
sauce. Got the Diablo.
Man, I should have gone to Chick-fil-A. I wasn't thinking.
Oh,
So, hey,
no,
man.
not the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Hey, but I appreciate y'all for real. Hey, can we hit them with one of these as we get out of here?
I would, except I'm driving.
That's fair. Stay safe. Don't everyone but Melissa.
You can do the half. You can do the half. Nobody will know.
Wait, hold on. Let me stop. I'm in my parking garage, so hold on. Let me
Yeah, wait a minute, Coop.
There we go.
You ready?
There
we go.
Look.
Boom. Bingo. There we go. Hey, I appreciate y'all for real. Appreciate you guys.
Yo.
Have a good night, y'all.
See y'all
Later.
What a show, man. That was wild. It's crazy what this thing could evolve into, guys. Man, like I planned on going live from like 10 to midnight, roughly. Like we kind of said, like, yo, we'll do about 2 hours. We did 4.5. So shout out to y'all. Hey, man. Everybody here up at almost 3 o'clock in the morning on I guess, Monday morning, technically. But, man, for real, huge shout-outs and thank yous to everyone who hung out in the chat tonight. We had some donos roll up from it's the next day, so now I got to try to figure out who was who. U-Town, Zoe, appreciate you tonight, my man. D-Lo, Chris Gaffney, all you guys, thank you so much for the love. Shout-outs to everybody who showed up and actually came on to the stream. This is something we do every Sunday night, guys. Every Sunday night starting at 10 p.m. Eastern time. If you want to be on screen, that is open to Canes fan members. If you want some details, just watch some of my videos. You'll get an idea of how it works and how everything goes down. But thank you guys for tuning in. I'll post the Clemson preview video. I got a little skit dialed up for that one, probably on Monday or Tuesday. And then, of course, we'll do the Friday night call-in show. The $500 score prediction contest is still active. Nobody has won the $500 yet. Show up on Friday night, call in, give the score prediction. If you get it right, you win $500. I'll PayPal you, Venmo, Cash App, whatever you want. And then Saturday we'll be live for the Clemson game. They did announce 3:30 p.m. kickoff for that one Eastern time, and it's going to be on ESPN. Thank you. We dodged Bally Sports Media this weekend. I'm super thankful for that. Jordan, it was good to see you, man. Everybody, like I said, Streeter for pulling up, man. Zoe, everybody. Melissa, Jorn, Chris. I'm going to start leaving people out, man. I'm going to start leaving people out, so I'm going to stop there. Traveling Fools, thank y'all for real. I'm going to play the much shorter outro now. Now that I have edited this thing down. This outro was apparently like 10 minutes, and I finally edited this thing down. So really, 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 really good time, man. I enjoyed this, and I needed it, actually. I needed it, y'all. So, again, appreciate you guys. Nothing but love from Coop. I'll see y'all soon, all right? Peace out, y'all.